Every story you tell, we're in pursuit.
It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind.
Look behind you. Where'd he go?
You can run, but are you fast enough? You can hide, but I will find you. Close your eyes if you don't doze off. Hold your breath so I don't hear you. The trail of tears that you will leave me. Maybe be straight to those who feel me. You can't run if I don't catch you. But nightmare time is gonna get you. Just run away if you want, if you dare. The nightmare's gonna get you. Just run away if you want, if you dare. The nightmare's gonna get you.
Just run away if you want to.
Daddy's gonna get you. You can't run if I don't catch you. But the nightmare time already caught you.
All right. Hi, everybody. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Yes. There's a lot of Hatchetfield, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, welcome, everyone, to the fourth live stream in our Cinderella's Castle campaign, a pit stop in Hatchetfield, where we're going to be revisiting our series that we've been doing for several years, talk about some new things. We're going to read some scenes from some stories that have not been released yet. We're going to unlock some things. We're going to play some fun videos for everybody. And we are going to also hold our second Hatchetfield Death-Match. And this time we're doing a tag team match. So it's going to be duos facing off against each other.
Yes.
And we got Bryce.
Yes. Oh, Bryce.
Hello, Bryce.
What's going on?
How are you? Bryce,
Yeah.
how's everything?
Allergies are kicking my butt, but other than that, I'm great.
All right. Okay, so who do we have on the stream? We've got Bryce. I'm Nick. Who's at the party house today?
Start there.
Kurt, Jeff, James, John, Matt, Paul, Lori D.
All right.
Sausage party.
All right.
Yeah.
And then,
Hatchetfield Sasha's party.
and then Matt, my brother, how are you doing?
Yep. Pretty good. All right. So, just a reminder, we're on to Deathmatch 2, but who won Deathmatch 1? It was
This guy right here.
It was Xander Lee, and he won by murdering the runner-up, Grace Chastity.
Wow.
What?
So-
How? What did you do?
What was the
happened?
murder?
What was
Gun.
It was probably a gun. Yeah,
a gun?
yeah.
He just
Well-
Just a gun. Just no powers. Just like that.
You know, he's got all this secret government training. She's just a little girl. So it was not fair, but that's the way things go in Hatchetfield.
But also that last time we did a death match, it was prior to the release of Nerdy Prudes Must Die. So
Yes.
People didn't know what Grace could do.
Oh, that's fair.
what
Yes.
exactly she's capable of.
Yeah.
And so this time we wanted to change it up a little bit so it wasn't exactly the same. So this time we're doing a tag team. So it's going to be pairs of people fighting each other. And we're going to see
the pairs can cover each other's weaknesses, either cover each other's weaknesses or make one fighter way less powerful because they have this idiot that they have to take care of.
Yes. Also, Xander Lee as the reigning champ. Xander gets to now not be involved in this one, so Xander is now safe.
Oh.
So now we've got a bunch of other characters that we're going to see.
You gotta take on this champ.
Yeah.
Take them down.
Yeah, maybe at the very end. Maybe at the very end we'll have Xander take on the champ of this one.
You should know that in real life, Matt and I are like the two resident StarKid wrestling fans.
Yes.
So we got quite a knowledge between
totally
the two of us.
got the WWE angle covered.
Yes. We'll have to decide if the duo champion of this together could defeat Xander.
Yes.
So a few things to talk about before we get started on the Deathmatch 2. We've got things that we're going to do today. We're going to be doing our Deathmatch, and we're also going to be unlocking scenes from future Nightmare Time stories that we're going to read. We have 4 scenes to unlock. We have our first scene that we're going to unlock is from a story called Bottle Imps. So we have 1 scene from Bottle Imps that we're going to read. And so we're going to do that at some point soon. And then we have 1 big unlockable that is if we reach our Obsidian budget, which is $425,000, we are going to be releasing Workin' Boys on YouTube. So at 425, we're going to release Workin' Boys. Whether or not we hit it on the stream, we will release Workin' Boys when we reach that Obsidian budget of 425. Whether it's on the stream or not, it would be awesome to hit it on this stream, wouldn't it? On the Hatchetfield stream. So that's the big one. But first we're going to and also we have some really awesome, really beautiful animatics that were made by some amazing artists that we know. Some kind of little Hatchetfield animated things that we're going to take a look at along the way. But the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start doing this this death match. And you, the audience, you who are at home watching, as we all know that in Hatchetfield there are the citizens, but there are other forces at play that can pull the strings of fate and rearrange the cosmos to be in someone's favor. And those forces are the Lords in Black. So you watching at home, you will take on the role of the Lords in Black, and you will be able to adjust the outcome of these fights. And through your contributions on the Cinderella's Castle Kickstarter page, you will be able to sway the fight one way or another. So
basically how it'll work is all of us will talk through the fights, and we have to be as objective as possible. We can't pick favorites, can't play favorites. If Paul and Emma die right away, they die right away. So we just have to call it. We just have to call it like we see it. And then the audience, and then the audience, as the Lords in Black, can change little things. And so what we'll do is we'll decide who wins, but then we'll say, but they could lose if we raise $200 in the next minute or the next 3 minutes or something. So that's how it'll work.
Yes. So we'll do that. And so before we start right now, we are at the Kickstarter is at 401,090. It just went up a little bit. 401,278. So that's our starting point. So we'll go on from there and see how far we can get. So before we start the death match, let's take a look at who the competitors are.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Sick.
So I'm gonna try and zoom in. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's so
I really messed it up. Sorry, everybody. I immediately messed it up. I have no idea why.
We're good.
Okay.
That was good.
Oh, geez.
And it's immediately gone.
Hey, can I take
There
this
we
time?
go. Okay. So sorry, everybody. All right. We're just going to have to look at this. All right. So
I also have it here.
Great. So our first pair that is going to be competing is Paul and Emma. Paul Matthews and Emma Perkins. The classic Hatchetfield duo. The one from the guy who didn't like musicals. There they are. Then their first opponents are going to be Harmony Jones and Barry Swift, or better known as the Greenpeace girl, and the Man in a Hurry.
Yeah.
There you go. Our second matchup is a Hatchetfield Daddy Off, where we're going to see Bill Woodward and Alice Woodward versus Frank Pricely and Sherman Young. So we got two Corey Doris daddies.
These are like C's number 1 and number 2 playing each other in the first round. I would like to say, on the opposite sides of the bracket.
Absolutely. Our third fight is going to see Ted Spankowski and Professor Henry Higgins facing off against Ruth Fleming and Richie Lipschitz.
All right.
Well, let's see what happens. The classic pair of Ted and Hidge. All right, and then our fourth fight is going to be Detective Shapiro and Officer Bailey from Nerdy Prudes Must Die versus Melissa from Hey Melissa and Woman.
Okay,
so-
just remind people who Woman is. Woman is a character that had one line in the Nightmare Time story Yellow Jacket, and what she she said that she was going to marry somebody and marry this guy and then murder him. So, and just Mariah grew up affinity for Woman and loved Woman so much. So we said, wouldn't it be nice to have two serial killer Mariahs team up?
Yes.
Wouldn't they be a strong pair together?
Yes. They're certainly a deadly pair, Melissa and Woman. Then on the other side of the bracket here, our first matchup is going to see Tom Houston and Becky Barnes facing off against Dan Reynolds and Donna Daggett. Field Action News. The second fight is going to see this is a battle of toxic married couples. We have Linda Monroe and Gerald Monroe versus Charlotte Sweetley and Sam Sweetley. Then we've got a battle of angsty teens. We've got Lex Foster and Ethan Green versus Stephanie Lauder and Peter Spankowski.
That one's gonna hurt.
Yep. And then the final fight in the first round is Grace Chastity and Max Jagerman. Gotta pair them together versus Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry.
Wow.
Abstinence.
Yeah, that's a Bowser.
Boy Jerry doesn't have a chance. Hey Nick, I've seen people asking, is this Max pre or post death?
All right.
Great question.
This is Max pre-death. If it was Max post-death, he would become too powerful.
Yeah.
This is the thing, is that as we were picking these competitors, again, we're trying to pick people who could actually fight each other. You can't have Ghost Max. Ghost Max is invincible. The only person who can beat him is Grace, and we've already seen that happen in Nerdy Prudes Must Die. So we had to scale back some of these people in power to make sure that they weren't too powerful. And obviously there are certain competitors that if they were in the fight, you know, they would obviously win, you know? So we had to make it to where we had to make sure that everybody could realistically fight each other. So this is Grace Chastity and Max Jagerman, just the boy Max Jagerman, the football star. He's still very strong and very deadly. So, and that's what we got going on.
Oh, another thing that we did, because again, last time we did the death match, there were just so many little things about, well, what if this could happen? And what if they were here or there? In this, what we're trying to make it as fair as possible. So when we go through each fight, we will kind of set up a basic place that they are and a basic kind of scenario that they're at. And why are they fighting? We will try to give a little bit of an excuse of why they're fighting, but let's just, to make all this make sense, everybody has to be a little bit more inclined to violence. So let's just say, I don't know, CCRP set up a new water filtration system throughout Hatchetfield, and everyone's just a little bit more angry than they would usually be.
How about everyone's just living in the purge? Everyone's just in the purge world.
They're a little bit more likely to just put up their dukes and fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so for people who are watching in the chat, they're asking, does Grace have the book? Is Emma a robot? All of that different stuff. As we are setting up these scenarios, we will explain everything for you. So we will tell you where they're fighting, basically why they're fighting, and what exactly. We'll set up the scenario, and then we can all go for it. All right.
You're gonna want to see it work for all of these.
Right.
That would be incredible.
All right.
Not
Just
advanced.
mobilize the artist.
Yes.
So, without further ado, let's move on to round 1. All right.
Wasn't ready for that.
That was
Here
so
we go.
good.
So, we've got our first round is Paul and Emma versus.
Can we turn the music down a little bit?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I love that jam.
Yeah.
All right, Paul and Emma versus Harmony and Barry. So this is Paul and Emma versus the Greenpeace Girl and Barry Swift. Matt, you want to give us a little rundown of where these two couples are and why are they fighting?
Okay, it's just regular human Paul and regular human Emma. I like to think that maybe Emma's on a break and Paul and her are leaving Beanie's and they're gonna go get some food across the street at Starbucks. Okay, so they are on the streets of Hatchetfield. They're right about to go on a nice date. The Greenpeace Girl comes, starts pestering them for money. At the same time, Barry Swift comes. He's in a real big hurry. He needs a coffee right now and is throwing a fit to get in Hatchetfield. Some words are said, and it's on. And Barry and Harmony see their interests align, and that Harmony says these are two uncharitable people. Barry says, "I'm in a hurry. If I have to go through you to get my coffee, I will."
Yeah.
Paul is defending Emma's honor, and Emma's just taking out her rage on everyone.
Yep. Okay, so go for it. Who do we think would win in a fight? Paul and Emma versus Greenpeace Girl and Man in a Hurry. Yes, Bryce.
I'm inclined to say that Paul and Emma take this, but what I will say with Barry, when people are in a hurry, they're capable of some different things that they may not be capable of when they're calm and level-headed. So I don't know, Man in a Hurry, I feel like maybe pulling some crazy moves or going to some crazy lengths to get what he wants. But somehow I feel like Paul and Emma will take this. I feel like together they're scrappy. Emma in particular, scrappy. I feel like together they'd make it out of this one.
I gotta disagree.
Okay. This is an affront.
I gotta disagree. See, here's my thing. I think Paul will be a little bit too passive. He's gonna try to reason. He's gonna try to talk it out. Emma's gonna be like, "Can you hurry up, please?" But meanwhile, you've got Man in a Hurry who will shank you within seconds.
You're underestimating how much of in a hurry he is.
Yeah.
He's not a thinker. He's in a hurry. Anything in his way is trampled over. You're underestimating it.
No, y'all sold me. No, I was on the fence. I hear you.
Drag him away.
Yeah.
Nothing's getting in his way.
No, I like this. We need the opposite side going for Paul and Emma, but anybody going for their coffee before they haven't had it, they are a person to fear. Okay, they're gonna go get that coffee.
That's a good point.
All right, but
I stand corrected.
I think people also make mistakes when they're in a hurry.
So it might be sloppy.
Very bold thing to say.
Yeah, maybe.
Paul is willing to defend Emma's for anything. Emma is his catalyst.
No, here we all know that Paul's the first to die in this scenario. So the question
survive.
No. So it becomes Emma versus Harmony and Barry. And I'm sorry, it's 2 versus 1.
Listen, Emma without Paul would make it to the end, but with Paul,
he's a liability. He's a liability.
Oh, made it to the end. Man in a Hurry was an alien.
That is true. That's true.
All right.
I happen to agree that I think Paul, even with something in the air that it is inclining him to violence, I still have a feeling that Paul would be more likely to get out his phone and try to get the altercation on tape, you know? He's just like I think Paul is way less, he definitely wouldn't throw the first punch.
Not at all.
Yeah.
So
Emma definitely would be carrying that team for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do also think that let's not underestimate Harmony Jones, the Greenpeace girl. I think that she is wily. I think that she is, she has a bit of an edge to her as well.
Also, do you know how much toughness it builds to stand outside of Whole Foods all day?
Yeah.
And nobody giving you the time of day? It takes tough skin,
Also,
man.
she has a weapon in her hand. She has the clipboard. She will just swoop.
Also, she has a beef with Paul because he's kind of been a dick to her.
I want to say something.
Repeatedly, so she's got to.
Let's make some data-driven decisions here. All right, we have
Whole thing
weird
to say.
stories where, first of all, Emma has murdered, and we have several stories where Emma has murdered and defended herself and others. Also, Paul, we have several stories where Paul has murdered and defended himself. What is man?
Yes, but John, in all of those stories, Emma and Paul died.
Eventually, someone did say that Emma deals with people like Man in a Hurry every day at her job. She's used to handling that. So maybe she's got some strategies.
Okay,
And also,
all right, chat. I'm asking you. If we get $1,000 right now,
What?
be on my side.
Right. Okay.
Hold on.
Let's
Okay,
actually let's move on to this. So we've all had our discussion, and I think I think a majority of us are leaning towards Barry and Harmony.
Can I throw out one more point for Paul and Emma? One more.
Yeah. Yes.
Emma is dealing with hot liquids, y'all. Even if Paul goes down, if she got some hot water, some hot coffee, throws that in Harmony and Barry's face, you know what I'm saying? And then gets them all disoriented and then, can throw a punch or, you know what I'm saying? There's a way.
Barry lives on coffee. He lives on coffee.
In his face?
Okay.
In his hot coffee in his face?
You know what?
It makes him stronger.
This is a heated debate. I think it's time for the Lords in Black to intervene here. Okay.
Well, wait. How do you think it works? I think what it is we decide who would win, and then the Lords in Black can switch it from there. So
okay. So let's have a vote. Who thinks Paul and Emma?
I do.
Okay. Have we got how many votes for him? We got one vote for Paul and Emma.
No, it's just one man.
We gotta be objective.
Okay,
Mariah's
we got
all
one
right
vote
here.
Mariah is not
the actor who plays Paul.
She's wearing their Cinderella's Castle sweatshirt.
Don't let this man lie to you.
All right. Who thinks Barry and Harmony?
I hate
Traitors.
to say it. I hate to
All
say
right.
I
it.
brought you over to my home and I begged you.
Okay, but it's not. The fight isn't over yet because in Hatchetfield, nothing is fair. So as Barry and as Paul gets knocked down, Emma's on the floor, Barry and Harmony are standing triumphant over them, and I think Paul hears a little whisper in his ear that says,
So wait, let's see if this happens. This depends on the Lords in Black. Lords in Black, you watching at home. Right now the Kickstarter is at $403,296. How about we say when we reach 403,500, the Lords in Black can intervene and whisper into Paul's ear.
do you want to give it, 2 minutes?
Wait.
Or
How does this work?
All right.
Well-
So the Lords in Black, right now, the audience at home, they are going to get to whisper into Paul's ear if they reach that amount of money in the next, let's say, 2 minutes. If not, Barry and Harmony are going to win the fight.
they're going to bash Paul and Emma's heads in. The idea is we give the audience a limited amount of time to donate.
Okay, so
Wait, what's the amount they got to reach? Yeah, what's
the amount is going to be 403,500.
Oh, that's good.
What are we at now?
We're at 403,341.
This is the first time I'm rooting against money.
All right.
So we've just got less than $150 to go.
Oh no!
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Get rid of these.
But we
Go
have
with
2
reason.
minutes.
I mean, but also
We've got two. We've got
My
2
death
minutes.
can't be bought.
Yes, it can. It
No.
can absolutely be bought.
and a capital success.
All right,
Uh-oh,
all right.
uh-oh.
It's getting very close. We've only got. We've got
Withdraw! Withdraw! Pull out!
we've got less than
Okay.
$30. Less than
Okay,
$30.
they did it. They did it. Okay.
We did it.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Eat it, you
All right, there we go. We did it. We really surpassed it. Wow, the Lords in Black really want Paul and Emma.
I want to hear
win.
the autopsy. What's the
All right.
autopsy report?
So Matt, what happens? What happens to sway the
It just Paul just hears a little something in his ear that says, "What's in your pocket, Paul?" And he goes, "Huh?" And he checks his pocket. He reaches in. There's nothing but spare change. He takes it out. In an effort, he throws it at Harmony and Barry. The change goes past them. Harmony and Barry laugh, but the change clinks on the floor. And someone runs down the street hearing it, saying, "Spare change for the homeless?" It's the homeless man who sees Paul and Emma in trouble and says, "It's my friend Paul." Now it's a 3-way fight, and the homeless man, he's got the edge. He's got the crazy edge. Barry and Harmony back away, but with the help of the homeless man, Paul and Emma take the win. And maybe the homeless man has a weapon. Maybe the homeless man has a weapon on him and stabs Harmony and Barry to death. Who knows? But
Really the homeless man one, not
Yeah.
Well,
Paul didn't do
It's
anything.
a technicality.
well,
All right.
Well, Paul threw the change, and the Lords in
Yes,
Black
thank you.
brought to Paul and Emma's aid the homeless man, who has now swayed the fight in Paul and Emma's favor. Paul and Emma advance to the next round.
Are you sure there isn't another $200 where Harmony and Barry
Come back.
Yeah.
Reanimate.
Yeah.
$1,000 to reanimate.
This is how the game plays.
Okay.
So by this game theory, all the underdogs win. With Lords of Black help, right?
not necessarily.
Not
Eventually,
necessarily.
people will hold on to their money. You know.
Yeah.
They'll hold on.
All right. So that was the first fight. Paul and Emma advance. They have killed Harmony and Barry with the help of the homeless man.
Wait, and when's the first scene again?
That'll help people.
We're going to be reading the first scene, basically. We want to be reading the first scene at some point soon. We want to do the first 4 fights first.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So we're going to do the first 4 fights. Then we're going to try and hit a goal to get the scene. And then we will continue to the next 4 fights. So with Paul and Emma's fight behind us, let's move on to Bill and Alice versus Frank and Sherman. Matt, do you want to talk a little bit about why these 4 people are fighting?
Oh, geez. Okay, let's say that. Okay, what if Bill and Alice are walking through the mall, are walking through Lakeside Mall? Alice is feeling depressed about college. It's hard growing up. It's tough. Bill is trying to cheer her up, and they just so happen to walk by Toy Zone. And Alice looks into the window and sees a reproduction of I don't know, the Dreamtime Easy Bake Oven that she used to play with as a kid. And she's reminded of simpler times and says, "Oh, that's the toy I used to play with." And Bill says, "You know what? Let's go in there, and I'm gonna get you this toy, and we can play with it like old times." And she says, "That's a little corny, but it's also very sweet. Let's do it." They go into Toy Zone. They get the Easy Bake Oven. They take it to the counter. And right before they can check out, Sherman comes, yanks it, and says, "This is my Easy Bake Oven." And so, and so Frank, who, let's just say, Nick, do you think the rules are Frank is Sherman's father in this?
Frank, I think in this scenario, Frank is at this point Sherman's stepfather, and so kind of in a continuity that's like mid-daddy.
Okay, so Frank says my son can have that toy. Bill says that's not fair. It's for my daughter. And now it's on. Now they're
Can I
going to
make
fight.
opening argument? Opening
Yes.
argument. I think this is a battle of love versus crazy. I think we have true love between Bill and Alice. It's powerful, right? But we got fucking crazy between Frank and Sherman. But it's not real love, right? It's like Frank doesn't really love Sherman. It's like put upon him. So love versus crazy. Go.
Crazy beats love everything.
I think crazy is winning.
I think
Crazy's winning.
the depravity to which Sherman will stoop to achieve his goals.
Yeah.
There's no limitations to what he'll do.
Mm-hmm.
He'll
Agreed.
bite, he'll scratch.
Absolutely.
I got nothing for Bill.
Yeah. Corey, what
Bill
do you
really,
think?
really wants to win. He wants it bad, and he's scrappy. And maybe Alice will do most of the work. But I don't know if Bill's gonna win this one. You can't fight crazy with crazy.
True love loses
if
again.
you're not crazy.
So
it's the moral of Hatchetfield. True love
so
always
Corey,
loses.
you think that Frank is? Do you think Frank is more powerful than Bill?
I do.
He's
I do.
desperate.
I think Frank is capable of more bad things than Bill.
He's a capitalist.
I was like,
Yeah,
it's a capital.
Yeah.
More
Days
than
of Toys
over
on.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I also just say I would love? Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was just going to say that, yes, Frank and Sherman would be willing to fight dirty, but the other thing is that Frank would not mind seeing Sherman die, you know? So he's not necessarily, if he looks over and sees Bill finishing Sherman off or Alice finishing Sherman off, not necessarily motivated to help him. Whereas I think Bill and Alice would have each other's backs. So that's something to think about. So what were you going to say, James?
Oh, mine's so stupid, but because Corey played both Bill and Frank, I think if we ever filmed this, I need the gag where like the lights go out and for some reason like they switch clothes, and then Alice and Sherman are like, "Wait, that's my dad." No, that's my daddy. And then they're both like, "Who is it?" I want that moment to happen. That's all.
Yeah. Yes. Frank's glasses get knocked off, and then and for some reason they're wearing the same shirt.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. And then Alice has to choose who's she gonna shoot.
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
There you go.
All right.
So what are we thinking? I'm kind of leaning towards. I also agree that as much as I love Bill and Alice, I think that Frank and Sherman are just, especially Sherman is vicious.
Capable.
Capable of violence.
Willing to do more.
I vote Frank and Sherman.
Yeah.
Just
It's probably
no
not
big
very
guys.
close, unfortunately. Which means Bill and Alice are going to win when we ask for money.
Well, they are the Lords in Black, so they do get a say in how this works. and you know, we're trying to raise money for Cinderella's Castle. So that's the main point of this whole thing. So
all right, then let's make a stronger case for Bill and Alice then.
Okay. Anybody want to make a stronger case for Bill and Alice?
Well, I think
I'll make a stronger
hold on. I
case.
think
You gotta get on camera first.
I think the strongest point Nick made was that I think Frank wants Sherman to die. So he might actively let that happen.
Is this post-Watcher world?
I think this is a reality where Watcher World has not happened.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, Watcher World kind of brought them together and it gave them experience and made them a better team. So I think it's true.
Well, maybe this is the fight that does it. You know?
But also, right, there's no weapons. We just got fists, right?
Yeah.
Some fists or maybe some toys that they're grabbing.
Got toys? We're in a toy store?
Yeah, they have toys. You know, they can strangle with a slinky and all that.
Yeah.
I do think that, given that, I think that Frank and Sherman have the home
That's
field
what I mean. Yeah, that's
advantage.
huge.
You know,
huge.
because they know
It's so
where
huge.
all the deadly toys are.
This is not
Okay, so let's think. Let's have a vote amongst ourselves. Without the Lords in Black being involved, who do we think would win in this fight?
Frank and Sherman.
Frank and Sherman. I think Frank and Sherman as well.
Unfortunately, I think so as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, but the Lords in Black are going to intervene. If we reach $405,000, the Lords in Black can intervene in some way to help Alice and Bill in this fight.
We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock.
And we got 2 minutes in the clock on the
Listen,
clock.
y'all, if you're inclined to donate, do it after the 2 minutes.
Set the timer.
Wait,
sit in silence.
We're just sitting.
Yeah, we're gonna sit in silence for 2 minutes.
So is there one have? Does one Lord in Black have an affinity to this fight, or is it all of them?
This is well, honestly, I think that probably
Maybe
the one-
Blinky
has the
would
most
be
skin in the
voting
game.
for them to die, right?
Or Blinky is voting to push them into this beyond this round so that he can watch Paul and Emma versus Bill and Alice, which would be
Nick, what did you say? What did you say the goal was?
It's already been
it's already been
it's
hit.
already been
Really?
surpassed.
Like,
Okay, so it was $405,000. So
No.
Bill and Alice are now going to this honestly, I know it seems like we've rigged this thing. We have not. I like to imagine that it could have gone either way. But Bill and Alice, I think what happens is as Alice and Sherman are wrestling each other, something falls from Sherman's pocket. It is a page of the black book that he has copied and drawn on with crayon that has on it a soul-eating spell. Sherman goes for it, but Alice gets it first. She grabs the spell, she reads it aloud, and she sucks out the soul of Sherman Young and Frank Brisley. She sucks out their souls. And Alice shrinks back in you, and she becomes a child once more. And Bill is the happiest person because now he has his little daughter back.
We need
All
a
right.
fatality.
Okay.
Fatality. Okay, great. All right.
So I'm just going to
Wait, I have a question. So for Paul and Emma and now Bill and Alice, are they going into their fights with the previous advantages that they gained from the Lords in Black, or are they going in clean slate?
Clean slate. The homeless man doesn't follow them. He just helped a little bit. So
and Alice lost the page.
Okay.
yeah, she
They
lost.
also had their injuries from the previous fight, though.
Yeah.
No,
And
they got better.
Oh.
Okay, full reset.
They've healed.
It's like
They've
the
healed.
level up rules.
Yes.
Like full health again.
Well, it's just
Great.
like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
So you just
Yeah.
start-
You just start over.
Yeah.
There are some tournaments where you keep any damage you have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go into the next fight. This one I think is going to be a little bit more interesting because there isn't this kind of emotional connection to one pair over the other. Because now we're talking about Ted Spankowski and Professor Higgins versus Ruth Fleming and Richie Lipschitz.
I mean,
so
this is
we
easy.
have to root for Ruth and Richie, guys. We have to figure. You know the game.
They don't have a chance.
It's reverse psychology.
They
y'all.
don't have a
Don't-
chance.
I have a question. How horny are Ruth and Richie
yeah.
in this fight? Like, is there anxious energy? You know what I mean?
All right. So to talk about the basic scenario as to why we think these two pairs are fighting, imagine Ruth and Richie have graduated from Hatchetfield High. They are now at Hatchetfield Community College, where Professor Higgins is the biology professor. They are studying one night. Ruth says, I want to go into Professor Higgins' office because she's got a huge crush on him. She's super horny for Professor Higgins. Richie goes along with her for some reason. They go into Ted and Higgins' lab, and they stumble upon Ted and Higgins, who are up to no good once again, and they're working on something feverishly, and there's some kind of dead body laid out on a slab, and Higgins is saying, "Hand me that vial, Ted!" and he hands him a vial of liquid, and Higgins is mixing potions and things like that. And Ted is helping Higgins. He answered a Craigslist ad to come and work for Higgins to be his lab assistant, as Higgins is attempting to reanimate an amalgamated corpse made up of all of his dead Working Boy's friends sewn together into the ultimate Working Boy. And he's trying to create a serum that will bring this thing back to life. Ruth and Richie see this. They go, oh my God, what are you doing? Ted and Higgins say, we have to kill these two snot-nosed kids who've stumbled onto our evil plan, our Frankenstein plan. Get them, Ted! And then the fight begins.
I mean, with that scenario right there, I feel like the odds are against Ruth and Richie. Also, Higgins, the stakes are so high for Higgins, and we already know he's capable of mass murder. And Ruth and Richie, the only time they murdered somebody was by accident. They were just trying to
and they can do it again.
but Ruth is a little freak. You know what I'm saying?
Ruth is a freak.
I feel like she's willing to do things and go places. So,
But are they violent though? Like,
No,
I don't feel
she's
like
horny, not violent.
They're not
She's
violent.
just horny.
Listen, sometimes those two things as a teenager, you know, they could go. They expressed in a visceral way.
A lot of anime under his belt. I think.
Richie knows anime.
Yeah, I think that the movies are going to come out.
Does Richie
No, but he'll bring his anime delusion into the scenario, but not actual anime.
No, Bryce, because that means Richie gets to say, "I've got the power of God and anime on my side." And so
maybe Richie's been doing YouTube tutorials of like Taekwondo and he has a katana. He carries a katana in his backpack.
You know what? Maybe Ruth and Richie have luck on their side, and maybe they accidentally kill Higgins and Ted, who are very clumsy. You know, maybe
also, so he's currently working on reanimating this ultimate Working Boy. What if it works? Now there's they got a third guy on their team. The
third guy is five guys.
Yeah, the third guy's 5 guys.
All right, but let's think about this. Ted Spankowski is the character in Hatchetfield who has died most often of any character. He dies every single time he does something. So
Ted's kind of a coward. Like, you know, he's not. I don't think he would be.
I don't think they work well together. I think that their dynamic is off.
But he works great with the Working Boys, and I think they're reanimated, and it's over.
All right. How about we do this instead? How about we say, okay, the advantage is going to come in. The Lords in Black can either give the advantage to Ruth and Richie if we reach 406,000. But if we reach 406,500, the advantage goes to Ted and Higgins.
Okay.
And we have 2 minutes.
We have 2.
Thank you.
All right.
So let's see what happens. But yes, Jeff, I do think that in this scenario, this amalgamated zombie Working Boy is going to come into play. But does he wake up and does he remember Higgins fondly?
Tear Higgins' head off?
Or meet
I
Higgins?
feel like Ruth and Richie, like, they might not be the most powerful, but I think they do have luck on their side, and there's something cosmically that will just, like, the creature will.
I don't know. They both died. They both died. You know, in their show.
Yeah, but they were able to murder someone without even touching them. So I feel like they've got something cosmically helping.
Okay.
Well, it's the Lords in Black, and they have about 1.5 minutes to decide the fate, the outcome of this match. So again, at 4:06, things are gonna favor Ruth and Richie. At 4:06,500, Ted and Higgins can pull through.
We're very close to 406.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Does anybody want to see Ted and Higgins go on to fight either Shapiro or Bailey and Melissa and Woman?
We know it's gonna be.
Come on. We need a heavy hitter in this bracket. Keep Hidge going.
Yeah.
Hitch can make it all the way to the final round. I'm saying
He totally could.
He could be in that final one.
I agree. Higgins is incredibly formidable. but Higgins does have a.
We know he loves killing. We know he loves killing.
Yes.
I calculated who has killed the most people in all of Hatchetfield, and including Working Voyage, Higgins has killed the most.
Yep. Because
he literally slaughters all of them.
How many more? We got 1 minute.
Yes, and we've got less than $400 in order to sway
still have
this.
a minute.
$4
I'm
in 1 minute. Come on,
supposed to
save
fast.
Hitch.
Hold on. Who got the timer? Let me see it.
Save Hitch.
I need a stopwatch.
If you do one thing in your life, save Hitch.
If you're looking for
Save Higgins. You're gonna do one thing in your life. Please save the
One
rest
good
of
thing in
Higgins.
your life, save Hitch.
All right, what do we got? 30 seconds?
We got 30 seconds, and we've got about $300.
Oh,
A little
less
less than $300.
Oh,
Okay, we got less than $200. Less than $100.
less than $100.
How much
Okay,
time?
okay,
Give us a countdown.
1 more minute.
Okay.
Wait, what's
You know what? I'm gonna do a
Right.
timer.
Oh, 24.
Yeah, let's.
$24.
$24.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Oh my god.
Jeff is literally on the edge of his seat.
What's the timer? Where's the timer?
Okay, I'm gonna set the timer for 30 seconds.
Oh, we did it.
We did it?
Oh,
All right.
All right, there you go.
Whoa.
All right.
So zombie work.
So in the fight, Higgins stabs his vial of serum into the working boy. It arises from the dead and murders Ruth and Richie. They die once again.
Honestly, I don't even think he needed that help to win, but I'll take it.
All right, there you go. So we now have Ted and Higgins advance to the next round with the help of a zombie working boy.
Wow.
Good one.
That was anxiety inducing.
Yeah, that was intense.
So now we will more heavily involve this timer. I think
I'll set the timer from now on. Okay.
Okay, great. All right, here we go. So now we're going on to
this is good.
The final fight of this half of round one, which is Detective Shapiro and Officer Bailey versus Melissa and Woman.
Man, this one's I bet close. This one's pretty close.
Okay, so let's set the stage for you. Okay, so Linda's father, Roman Murray, has not been seen in weeks. Shapiro and Bailey are on the case. They go to Linda's father's house to question his new wife, Woman. They question Woman. She doesn't know anything about. She says, "I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him." Staying in the house. Staying in the house.
Sorry,
the
door opened.
Woman.
Oh, who we got?
You're in the woman's in a basket.
Oh, is Mariah here?
Is Mariah here?
Mariah, we're right about to talk about
Time out.
Shapiro and Bailey versus Melissa and Woman.
Oh my god.
Yeah, come here.
Woman is here.
Yeah.
Fucking here, bitches. What's up?
Woman.
All right,
Where-
Mariah.
Leave
Well,
those sunglasses
Look
on.
at the attire.
I will leave it on.
Woman is a vibe right now. Wow, Mariah, we love it.
Thank you so
All
much.
so
Okay.
I'm doing really good.
so Mariah,
Finally.
Shades, yes.
Mariah, what's going on right now is Shapiro and Bailey are looking for Roman Murray, Linda's father, who has been missing for weeks. They go to his estate where his new wife, his young wife, Woman, says that she hasn't seen him at all. And who just so happens to be staying in the house is Melissa. And so
Melissa is staying with Woman. And so the police are questioning Woman about the whereabouts of Roman. When was the last time you saw him?
Story right now? Is this?
No. This is just the setup. This is the setup to why they're fighting. Okay.
I'm here. Wow,
So-
a lot of me going on.
So as the cops are questioning Woman, there is a barking from upstairs. Woman says, "Melissa, could you go deal with that damn dog upstairs? Shut him up." So Melissa says, "Sure I can." She goes upstairs. The police say, So you really haven't seen him. Shapiro says, well, I think we've got everything we need. Let's go, Bailey. They close their notepad. They're leaving. And just then, you hear Melissa from upstairs go, oh no, the dog's out. Running down the stairs comes Roman Murray, completely naked. His fingers are chopped off. He says, please help me. Somebody help me. Melissa and woman have been found out. They gotta kill these cops. Shapiro and Bailey say, it's on now. The fight begins.
May I say something?
Yes.
I love Bailey. He's incompetent.
He's so
very
incompetent. That's my
incompetent.
favorite.
Shapiro is going to be like, remember our training, and Bailey will remember nothing. He is just going to go hide in a corner. So I love Bailey dearly, but he's going to be no help to Shapiro. I'm sorry, Bryce.
But also Shapiro's not about that action either. I don't think.
No, she's really good.
I feel like she would try to talk her way out of the situation.
No, not even talk. I feel like she would like secret agent her way through this thing.
She got strategy for sure. Yeah. She's got brains. She got strategy. But when you're against these two people who are, the stakes are really high, and they're like, okay, we need to kill these cops. The motive is different. You know, I don't know.
Their desperation is through the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The desperation against Shapiro and Bailey, and again, Shapiro's gonna have to like compensate highly for Bailey.
Yeah.
And Melissa and Woman, they're on the same fucking wavelength, my guys.
Yeah.
And it's really gonna be intense and hard to beat.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I do imagine that as soon as the fight starts,
the guns in this battle.
Bailey's gonna give his gun to Melissa immediately.
I think.
Wait, Nick is.
I think what immediately happens in the fight, Bailey pulls out her gun. No, Shapiro pulls out her gun. Bailey reaches for his gun, pulls the trigger, and shoots himself in the foot immediately. He drops the gun. It goes skidding across the tile floor. Woman picks it up, rolls out, it rolls into a hallway. Now Shapiro's going, okay, Bailey, you bungled it again. So Shapiro's has this gun. It's now a gunfight. One of them has a gun. The other one has a gun. But also, Melissa has a taser somewhere, and they also have the home field advantage because they've been staying in this house together for weeks. They've had Roman Murray locked away for weeks. They have this kind of partnership figured out where
yeah.
Woman,
there's a weird Stockholm syndrome going on with each other, I think, a little bit.
There you go.
I just came up with that. Don't quote me, please. That just...
No, you will be quoted.
Okay.
Canon. It's canon, Mariah.
I think if there's a gun involved, I think that changes things. I do think Shapiro could pull out the win and kill Melissa and Woman if
I think she'll get a couple good shots in. I don't know if she would win though, but she would get some good shots in for sure.
But listen, the last death match came down to a gun, and I feel like this is another scenario in which it could work.
I would say I would not underestimate Shapiro. I think that Shapiro definitely has skills. I think that Shapiro is a marksman, whereas Woman, her tools of murder aren't necessarily a gun. She may not be practiced and have the aim. Melissa is sort of unhinged. She might fly off the handles and run towards Shapiro with some kind of knife or something like that, and that's not good. You don't want to go at Shapiro.
Melissa is the sloppy of the two, in my opinion. Woman has more of a grounded nature to her. Woman, that's her name. It's fucking Woman.
She's a woman.
Did I stutter? Melissa, she gets frazzled quick. Just like they're out first. I think it would end up being a square off between Woman and Shapiro, and I think Shapiro could take.
Can I paint a picture? I feel like this is the end of Silence of the Lambs.
You're so right.
Jodie Foster's going through the house with her infrared gun vision.
Yeah,
that's what's going on. It's like a scary, terrifying house. Yeah. Think about Jodie Foster in Silence of the Lambs. That's Shapiro to me. So I do feel like
I think good conquers. I really think good wins.
Yeah, Bailey's incompetent, but I think between the two of them, they'll figure it out.
Maybe Bailey keeps the lights on or something. Does one good thing.
One good thing.
I mean, if Shapiro and Bailey take this, then we also have to come to terms with the fact that Bailey isn't going to be competing in the next fight. Bailey's going to be tapped out. Bailey,
no, he gets better.
He gets better.
Oh, does he? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if Bailey will make it out of this.
He gets better. All right, so let's involve the Lords in Black. So I think what we're gonna go on is I tend to think that Shapiro actually is so competent that I think that she can take on Melissa and Woman even with Bailey.
I agree.
Hobbling behind her. I think that whereas Melissa and Woman are, they are kind of evil masterminds and they do capture people and keep them trapped and Woman does have an MO of marrying rich men, killing them and taking their money. And she has done that to Roman Murray. So
do you want to say that the Lords in Black can do something to throw the fight in Melissa and Woman's favor then at a certain amount of money?
Yes. So
oh my god.
So let's actually.
This is weird, but not bad weird. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna say.
Yes. So it's something.
Okay. So you want to pick Nick pick the amount, and I will start the timer, and we will have.
Okay. Let's actually say it's gonna be, 407. 407.
That's pretty close.
400.
Okay.
Wait, no. I'm so sorry. 47500.
Okay, here we go.
500.
407.5.
Because you know what I think it is? Shapiro is good against like human issues, but as we've seen in Nerdy Prudes, when it gets supernatural, that's when she's like out of her depth. Also, she left Chicago to get away from some stuff, and now she's like in Hatchetfield with all this supernatural stuff going on. That's a little out of her depth. So like if we keep this fight, Melissa and Woman, she's got it. But if the Lords in Black help Melissa and Woman, then Shapiro all of a sudden, she doesn't know what to do.
Mojo.
Yeah. That is a very grounded point about your own character. Great work to be able to be unbiased, my friend. It's hard.
Okay, so we got about $500 left to raise, and
throw it to Melissa and Woman.
Where are we on the timer?
We got 1 more minute. 1 more minute. 1 minute left.
$1.
Good.
Hey, everything counts.
Yes.
Everything counts.
So if we hit 407.5, who wins?
Melissa and Woman.
Melissa and Woman are going to get the advantage.
Black will intervene.
Got it.
But currently, as it stands, Shapiro is works her way out of this.
I would love to see Melissa and Woman versus Ted and Hitchens. That is
that would.
Match.
Whoa! Can we just talk about that in general?
Okay, we got 35 seconds left.
All right, and $400. Can we do $400 and 35
Okay,
seconds?
28 seconds.
Shapiro's working away on the corner. She's doing
sad
shots,
as Shapiro is.
barrel rolls. She's doing taekwondo.
Wow, she's skilled. Shapiro is skilled.
Happening.
Come on, taekwondo.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you better work that one.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shapiro.
Lords in Black have spoken.
The Lords in Black don't care to help Woman and Melissa. Shapiro.
Hey, fuck off.
And Bailey's like, "Are we dead?" And she's like, "No."
All right, Shapiro pulled through. I'm so proud of her.
Wow.
Yeah, good job. Oh, poor Melissa and Woman.
Poor Melissa and Woman, those beautiful girls.
But I will say, Higgins versus Shapiro is a really interesting.
Yeah, that's a matchup.
That is it. That's an interesting.
Oh my god,
fight
that's
right
really exciting!
It's
Wow,
like-
I love this game. I love this game.
Barry should have won.
I love a
Okay.
hypothetical game.
Who should have won? Oh, Barry.
Wait, yeah, what fucking happened with Barry and Harmony? You guys fucking did that.
The Lord
No,
in
no, no,
Black.
sorry.
The Lords in
Lord-
Black.
The Lords in Black
Oh.
swayed the fight
Paul
in
came out at the
favor
end
of.
and really did some cool stuff.
No, Paul didn't do shit.
Paul really he really came
Paul
through
did
for
nothing.
Emma.
First of all,
All right.
Emma carried. Emma carried
Wow.
the whole fight.
All right, there you go. So this is this is how the first round has shaken out. Well, the first half of the first round, Paul and Emma were victorious. Bill and Alice, Ted and Higgins, and Shapiro and Bailey. All right, there you go.
Ooh, this is this.
Okay, so also Nick, our unlockables. We're trying to unlock if we reach 425. That's our next budget tier. We'll put Workin' Boys on YouTube.
Yes.
And
oh my God.
then we had 4 scenes to read, 4 little preview scenes from future Hatchetfield stories. So if you spread out those equally, those 4 stories, then we would have read we'd unlock the first story at 405, which we did a while ago. So we could read the first scene, and then the other 3 scenes we have are all scenes from the same story that is called Miss Halloween.
You could also open this pack of Pokemon.
So it's a Miss Holloway story.
All right. So then why don't we take a break from the death match for a second and read the first scene that we have to read that was unlocked at 405, and when's the next scene gonna get unlocked?
Well, if we spread them out evenly, it would be 410.
410. Okay, so when we reach 410, we will have unlocked the first Miss Halloween scene. But right now, we're going to read a scene from Bottle Imps, which is a story that stars Bill Woodward. And Matt, do you want to give a little explanation about what is going on in Bottle Imps?
In the beginning of the scene, well, the scene we're about to read is the beginning of the story. So,
hello, Kim. So, Kim, you're
right on time.
You're right on time because we're right about to read the first scene for Bottle Imps.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm straight chilling now. You know how it is. Oh, I'm not in this scene. I'm so sorry. Let me get the fuck out. Hold on.
So do we want to mention that Bottle Imps is a story that we've had for a long time?
Yes. So when we were writing the Nightmare Time stories, Bottle Imps is one of the very first stories that we actually wrote. When we originally made up Nightmare Time, we thought that there were going to be 3 stories an episode, not 2 stories an episode. So originally, Bottle Imps was meant to be in the same episode as Forever and Always and Time Bastard, where Bottle Imps was going to be in the middle of those 2 stories. It was going to be the middle story in that episode. But we ended up deciding that was too many stories to read. And we ended up writing Watcher World, which also starred Bill. And we ended up saying, okay, we want to do, we want to separate, we only want to do 2 stories an episode. So Bottle Imps was then removed. And we said, okay, we're going to do Watcher World instead of Bottle Imps. We'll hold on to Bottle Imps and do it later. But Bottle Imps is a story about Bill Woodward and some and we're about to learn some things about CCRP and Bill meeting the founder and CEO of CCRP and receiving something called a Bottle Imp. Yes, Matt.
Just something to know is that we would really like to do more Nightmare Times, but we would do them differently. We would put a little bit more money into them, and we'd try to stage them and film them more like one of the plays. Film them more like a play, so they would have less Zoom call-y. So maybe in the future we'll be able to actually make these. But for now, we're just going to read the scenes and get little previews of what the story would be.
All right. So, how we're going to do this is we're actually going to share we're going to put the script up on the screen so that everyone can read along with us. And without further ado, let's read. I'll be reading the narration, We've got Corey Doris as Bill Woodward. We've got Sylvia. We've got Kim Whalen as Sylvia. And we have James Talbert as Charles. So,
hello.
Whoa.
Coming to you from my home. How are you?
Very good. All right. Okay. How's everybody doing? Is everybody ready to read?
I think we're just adjusting one thing over there.
Okay. Cool.
Can I cook watching you?
Yeah, cook.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is so funny. Got my daughter Alice with us.
There she is. All right, here we go. Is everyone ready to read?
Yep.
All right, so this is the first scene of Bottle Imps.
Excuse me, are these little bottles for anybody?
Bill Woodward motions to an array of glass bottles filled with Italian mineral water. He stands in a sleek marble reception area on CCRP's top floor. The receptionist, Sylvia, glances up from her computer and motions to a table of complimentary snacks, beverages, and other amenities.
Help yourself.
Wow, fancy. How about these little bottles? They free too?
Yeah.
Oh, they're hot. What about these mints?
No, the mints are mine. I set them there just to tease ya. Eat one, I'll scream.
Oh, glad I asked. I'm a little nervous. I've worked at CCRP for 13 years. I've never even seen Mr. Coven.
No one sees Mr. Coven. He sees you. Speaking of which, Mr. Coven will see you now.
Sylvia presses a button on her desk, and the large golden double doors behind her slowly drift open. Bill swallows hard and steps into a cavernous corner office decorated in a slick minimalistic style. Sitting beside his desk is Charles Coven, the founder and CEO of Coven Communications Research and Power. He wears a Bluetooth earpiece and is mid-phone call.
No. You listen to me. You will shove that bill down their throats, or I'll find another Harvard Law School community organizing prick who will. Give me just 1 second. Listen, Howie. You can end your term like Clinton, or you can end your term like Kennedy. I'm happy to arrange either one. You will? Well, that's good. Good treasure.
Charles hangs up and rushes over to Bill, offering his hand.
There he is, the famous Bill Woodward. How in the heck are you?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Please, Bill. The name's Charles, but I want you to call me Chucky. Is that okay with you, Bill?
Sure, Chucky.
Take a seat. Mi casa is su casa.
What?
Funny. You're funny, Bill.
Bill seats himself in a black leather chair as Charles Coven reclines at his desk.
Hey, did you catch the game on Sunday? How about them Lions, huh?
They're my favorite team.
Mine too, Bill. You know what they say about great minds?
That they're real smart.
Yep, that's it. God, I could shoot the shit with you all day, Bill, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. So let's cut to brass tacks, shall we? I bet you're wondering why you're here.
Crossed my mind.
Well, Bill, you're fired. I'm kidding. That's a little boss humor for you. I love it. No, Bill, why would I fire you? You've been with the CCRP family for a long time, haven't you?
13 years.
13 years. God bless it. That's about the time I set up shop here in Hatchetfield. Away from the hustle and bustle of Silicon Valley, I could have opened a second headquarters in any city in the world, but I saw potential here. I saw potential in this old building. It used to house the old Gazette. You know where they are now? Some shit sack by the bridge. I love it. And I see potential in you too, Bill. You married?
Divorced.
Oh, that's rough, pal. Any rugrats?
My daughter Alice, but she's off at college.
Ooh, empty nest, huh? You must be a lonely, miserable man. But you know what misery loves? Company. And the company loves you, Bill. Which is why I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Charles Coven stands, motioning to a wall of touchscreen monitors displaying charts and graphs tracking CCRP's stock price and quarterly earnings.
Coven Communications, Research, and Power. Quite the empire I've built here. But I didn't do it alone. No, sir. I had a little help from this.
He opens the bottom drawer of his desk, takes something out, and sets it in front of Bill. It is a glass bottle, filled with a thick, billowing mist. It glows with a brilliant golden light.
A bottle? I don't get it.
You know, before I entered the private sector, I was busting my hump for Uncle Sam. Let me tell you something about him. He pays pennies on the dollar. Until I found myself involved in a certain secret operation. Very hush-hush, Bill. If I told you about it, I'd have to kill you. I'm kidding again. I've never had to kill anyone. Perks of being the boss. After the government gig went tits up, I used what I learned to construct this bottle. A very special bottle that houses a very special friend of mine. What do you say, Bill? Would you like to meet him?
Sure.
Well, open the bottle.
Hesitantly, Bill rises from his chair, lifts the bottle, and pulls the cork free. There's a pop and a flash of golden light. Bill snaps his eyes shut, then slowly opens them. The bottle in his hands is now empty. A faint mist hangs in the air. He looks into the bottle, confused.
Huh. Is anything supposed to happen? Or...
A small glittering creature now stands on Charles's desk. It has scales made from golden coins. In its huge grinning mouth are rows of diamond teeth. It hisses as Bill falls back into his chair.
Jesus, what is that thing?
Charles laughs, produces a handful of precious gemstones, scattering them across the floor. The little monster chases after them, gobbling up rubies and sapphires like dog treats.
That is money. My partner in crime.
What is it? Like a lizard?
He's an imp. A physical manifestation of pure psychic energy, bound to our reality by the bottle. This little guy has the power to alter reality itself, giving its owner that which they most desire. You know what I want, Bill? I want all the money in the world. Not some of it, not most of it, all of it. I want everyone to eat dirt but me. I want treasure, good treasure. And money here helps me get it. Just me. Imps are viciously loyal, Bill. They bond with one person, not two, not three. Numero uno. That's something you're going to have to remember if you're going to help me test these fine new items.
Charles waves his arm, and the glass walls of his office slide open to reveal rows upon rows of glowing bottles.
Introducing CCRP's Bottle Imps, your reality-bending buddies. We've got an imp for just about everything, Bill. So what do you want most?
Charles motions to a gleaming red bottle.
Maybe you got a thirst for power.
He turns to another bottle, this one an emerald green.
How about a little luck on your side? And hey, who says you can't buy happiness?
He runs his fingers across an orange bottle before grinning knowingly.
I'm being rhetorical, Bill. I already know what you want. I mean, I've been reading your emails for years, haven't I? No, Bill, this bottle is for you.
Charles Coven gingerly lifts a glowing pink bottle from the shelf and gives it to Bill. Bill turns it over in his hands, noticing a name etched into the side. He reads it aloud.
Lovely. So You're telling me there's a little lizard in here that's gonna bring love into my life?
Here's hoping. They're still in the testing phase. If it doesn't work, no harm, no foul. But if it does, we could be onto something big. So what do you say, Bill? Want to take her for a spin?
To be continued.
I wonder
All
who
right.
in love with.
Wow, the stakes are high.
All right.
High stakes. High stakes in that one, man.
So that is the first scene.
Can they hear me? Okay.
I was being stressed
I can still hear you.
I was like, what's gonna happen to my guy?
Yeah, I get that.
So that's the first scene of Bottle Imps. You see Bill is now has been given this bottle with this imp lovely inside of it. He's going to use it to try and find love. And we'll see how that plays out for him if we ever get to making Nightmare Time 3, which again, if we were to make Nightmare Time 3, Bottle Imps would be one of the stories featured, and it would be not so much a Zoom call. We would be trying to stage these stories a little bit more, so it would be more of a watchable experience. So there you go. Nightmare Time 3, Bottle Imps. That was the first scene that we read. We're going to, if we reach $410,000, that is going to unlock the next scene that we have to read, which is the first scene of a story called Miss Halloween. That is an upcoming Miss Holloway Nightmare Time story. But for now, go for it, Matt.
Oh, sorry. Just there was a pretty big lore drop in that story of Charles, who was the bad guy of Yellow Jacket, is revealed to be Charles Coven, the head of CCRP. That was the big reveal of Bottle Imps. So you now know who's in charge of who is Paul's boss.
So
it's been me all along.
It's been yes, and again, we knew who Charles was prior to writing Yellow Jacket. We knew that he was Charles Coven. We've known for a long time that CCRP stands for Coven Communication Research and Power. This is a company that was started by Charles Coven, who apparently used to work for the government. He eventually left that, entered the private sector, and started CCRP, where he has used some kind of otherworldly knowledge to gain an upper hand in the business, in the cutthroat world of business.
In general business.
Yep. There you go. So there we go. And so that was the first scene that we had to read. And now let's return to the death match.
Oh, I'll go right here. I want to know.
All right, here we go. So, you know what, Kim? It's a really good thing that you're here because
Oh my god.
So we actually
breeze
now
here. Nice breeze.
Yeah, where is the breeze?
Yeah, I can't locate. It's
Maybe it from there.
all right. So the next. Oh yes. Also in the story that we just read, Charles Coven was on the phone with Howard Goodman, the president of the United States of America, bossing him around. That just goes to show how powerful Charles Coven is.
Unless, I should actually wear this tool.
Okay, here we go. So the first fight in this half of the first round of the death match is Tom Houston and Becky Barnes versus Dan Reynolds and Donna Daggett from Hatchetfield Action News. Matt, you want to talk a little bit about why these two pairs are facing off against each other?
Okay. Here's how it works in this reality. In this reality, Tom and Becky are just dating. Why are they dating? Because what happened was, in the car crash, Jane was sitting in the back this time, and their dog was sitting in the passenger seat, and the dog died in the car crash. And Jane said, that was my favorite dog. I divorce you, Tom. And so then Tom and Becky got together, but Tim has been sad about his dog that died. But they see on the news that at the Hatchetfield kennel, a dog that looks just like the dog that died is going to be put to sleep if somebody doesn't come adopt it. So Tom and Becky go to adopt the dog. While they're there, Dan and Donna are at the kennel. They are doing a news report.
The protest, because this dog that is going to be put to sleep is a dog. This is the dog that is being put to sleep. It bit Mayor Solomon Lauder, and Mayor Solomon Lauder wants this dog dead. So, and there's a giant protest outside of the Hatchetfield kennel. Dan and Donna are there to cover it, and Tom Houston, Becky Barnes show up, and so
something happens where they get done with the news report. Donna lights up a cigarette and says, "I hope they kill that dog." And then Tom and Becky say, "No, we're gonna save that dog." And they say, "No, you're gonna have to get through us." And then the fight's on.
The fight's on. So who wins in a fight? Tom Houston and Becky Barnes, or Dan Reynolds and Donna Daggett?
Oh my god.
I think Tom and Becky.
What?
Tom is a veteran, and Becky knows where all the major arteries are. So, I mean,
What are Tom and Becky's weaknesses?
I just think Dan and Donna kill.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Dan and Donna are survivors.
Dan and Donna are
No. But
Tom and Becky would slay. Becky
What?
is a nurse. She knows where the carotid is. She freaking killed
That's
her
true.
husband.
That's true.
What are we talking about?
listen, I think
Dan and Donna are survivors.
Dan and
They
Donna,
survivors.
yeah,
They
Dan
find a way.
and
Find a way.
they're journalists, so they have lots of sources that can help them. The sources can tell them Becky and
Thank
Tom's
you, lots of friends.
weaknesses. The sources may show up and fight Tom and Becky
journalists,
along.
he said.
They're journalists. They got sources.
They're journalists.
unless it's upset the people that they've been writing about
Sociopath to be
or
a
reporting about.
But it doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means you can.
It's
talk
like
the way out.
Melissa and Woman. It's like them again. They're chaotic, and that chaos is very strong. But
Tom was in the army. He's a vet.
yeah, and
Tom is a vet.
and she's a nurse who killed her husband. Like that's
Like,
tough.
what are we talking about?
It's tough.
But here's the thing: Tom
Tom
is
and Becky don't have connections like Dan and Donna do.
Tom is a veteran, but Tom also has PTSD. So
Yeah, there you
maybe
go.
some of the fighting he would not do well in some
I
of these
think the
situations.
PTSD would actually, like, in that case, would make him more of a contender to win,
Well,
because
is it
he's
PTSD
triggered in those
like
moments and he's
gunshots
reacting
or-
So what
like
if
he's
they
on
kill
the
the dog
battlefield. You know what I mean?
PTSD. That would be bad.
I will say
Donna's
that
fine killing a puppy.
What are we
Yeah,
even talking
Dan-
about?
Dan and Donna, I think are cutthroat. You know,
Yes.
Dan and
Definitely
Donna have
cutthroat.
risen through the ranks at the Hatchetfield Action News. Their hands are not clean.
They can't be.
Becky is the warrior in light. What are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
She lived
What
in
are
a
we even
tree
talking
for
about
a
here?
week as a kid.
Also,
She was in a tree for a week and she survived.
I agree. I'm Team Tom and Becky.
No. Also, you're interested me. Aren't Tom and Becky newly dating?
Oh,
They
good
are-
point.
They're
Solid
newly
point.
dating.
Donna.
Solid point.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was years ago. That was
Yeah.
years ago.
Have they been in
They've
therapy
been
now?
together
Are they dating post therapy?
Dan and Donna are a team. They know each other's
Exactly.
moves. They are
Exactly.
so connected. They
If Tom
are.
and Becky
Is
lose,
Becky always a nurse in every reality?
But Dan will throw Donna
No,
under the bus
okay.
every time.
Kurt, I was just about to say that. They're not
Yeah.
loyal to each other.
Dan
She's
and
like-
Donna
he's like,
are
"You
not
need it."
very
He's
loyal
like,
to each
"Yeah."
other.
So he's
Not unless it
that-
benefits them.
I think
Yeah.
Dan was like, "It's gotta be Donna." So you know what I mean? Like, I agree.
I think that's a scheme. That's for them to
Dan
like
would
throw you
throw
off.
you
That's
from
their whole.
Tom.
That's their whole bit.
Now,
Yeah.
It's all part of the
Credit,
plan.
Corey.
Becky could help talk Tom through the PTSD.
Exactly. And
Help, and then
Donna.
And then just split Dan and Donna.
Yeah.
He let go.
I think Tom and Becky could take Dan and Donna.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think no matter what arguments we make for Dan and Donna, I agree. Tom and Becky are way more skilled. Becky is, she is a nurse. She does know all about anatomy. Tom is trained in combat. Both of them were incredibly athletic in high school, whereas I think Dan and Donna are avid smokers and have terrible lungs.
Yeah, watch out for them.
I go like Tom and Tom and Becky.
But the Lords in Black can always throw the fight to Dan and Donna. Maybe Wiggly bears a grudge against Tom and Becky. Let's see.
Becky Barnes, the Warrior of Light, who did thwart his plan during the events of Black Friday, at least in that reality. Maybe Wiggly wants to see her go down.
That's true.
So, what do you say, Nick? What amount of money?
Okay.
I'm right about to start the timer of 2 minutes.
Okay, so let's say we're going to we're gonna go. All right, so
that has to be a serious one.
okay, now everybody's saying don't donate. So how about this? If we don't raise some money, Dan and Donna are gonna win.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan and Donna are gonna win if we don't get to $409,000 in the next two, or let's do 409,750.
Let's do less money. Yeah,
Let's
money.
do 409,750. If we don't reach 408,750 in the next 2 minutes, then Dan and Donna are gonna pull through and kill Tom and Becky.
Don't let them win, guys.
Don't let them
Let them win. Sticking with it. Tom and Becky deserve this one.
I know.
They've been through a lot.
They've been through a lot, and they're finally dating, and it's like I just really want them to be happy.
Tom couldn't even get his kid a toy for Christmas.
That's a different, universe or timeline or whatever.
They need to kill Linda and Gerald in the next round.
Oh, that's a Tom and Becky versus Linda.
Right.
It has to be Tom and Becky.
Yeah, we gotta see that, guys.
This is up to the Lords in Black. Will they save Tom and Becky or won't they?
What's the Kickstarter?
They've got about $306 more to raise. In how much time do they have left, Matt?
You really did
1 minute.
You have 1 minute.
Becky and Tom's fate flying your way.
Controlling your faves if you don't give us more fucking money.
$100 in a minute or we'll kill them.
Like, what do you mean? It's money. We have to do.
Yeah. Yes. For those of you in the chat, I'm watching. If you say things like, don't donate, I'm going to switch it on you. The whole point of this is to raise money. I'm not going to tell you not donate.
This is a raise money stream. That's
our
show.
It's a fundraiser. All right, we've actually surpassed it. We've met the goal.
Okay. So through some dirty tricks, Dan and Donna have bested Tom and Becky.
Wait.
But here's where it gets fun. Here's where how the Lords in Black are going to they're okay. So Tom and Becky are on the ground, but here's where how the Lords in Black save them. It gets very technical, so you got to follow me. Okay. So the only difference about the car crash was the dog was in the front seat, right? But if you remember Jane's car, they were listening to that spell when the car crash happened. So instead of Jane getting transferred into the car, the dog got transferred into the car. And so the car dog who sees his dad in trouble goes ruff, ruff, honk, honk, and drives through the kennel and runs over Dan and Donna, killing them and saving Tom and Becky.
Yes.
The good
the Lords in Black were able to awaken the dog car.
Is the dog car?
Dog car.
That's fucking crazy.
What's the dog's name? Does it have a name?
Dog over
The dog.
We don't know.
No, the dog's name is Dog.
Dog. That's
Dog.
right.
All right, here we go. Okay, so
Okay,
we
Tom
have
and Becky pulled
Tom
through.
and Becky pulled through, and they
Hong Kong.
Tom and Becky. Yeah, that dog has his paw on the gas.
Bark, bark, bark,
Yeah.
bark, Hong Kong.
All right, Tom and Becky have pulled through.
Got my paw on the gas.
I got my paw on the gas. Yes,
Okay,
and the dog's a car.
So why would Linda and Gerald and Charlotte and Sam be fighting, Nick?
All right, so imagine this. Imagine, they're all having marital problems. Linda and Gerald aren't getting along. Sam and Charlotte aren't getting along. Charlotte thinks, what'll really save my marriage is if I go and I have some work done. Maybe I need a lift. Maybe I need a tuck. She goes to the Inner Beauty Rhinoplasty, where she meets Gerald Monroe, the plastic surgeon. Gerald Monroe says, Charlotte, what are you talking about? You're beautiful. You don't need any work. The two of them end up in bed together. Or they're gonna end up.
Of them, yes, they hit it off, and Gerald says, come on, let's go to the Shut-Eye Motel. Okay, at the same time, across town, Linda has just been pulled over by Sam for going 60 in a 20-mile-an-hour school zone, and she's drunk. So she's been pulled over. She's fucked.
Sam says, "You're that's it. You're gonna ticket big time. You're in big trouble." Linda says, "Isn't there anything that I can do to convince you not to give me a ticket?" Sam says, "Let's go to the Shut-Eye Inn." They're gonna end up in bed together.
So both couples end up at the Shut-Eye Hotel to have sex with each other's partners. They see each other. They get angry. Everyone's jealous. The couples are reunited, and it's on.
It's on.
I don't want anybody to win.
Wait, when you say it's on, you mean fight or
the fight?
The fight.
Oh, all of you.
The sex is off. The fight is on.
Are they fighting while naked? Because that would be.
No, they're clothed. They see each other in the parking lot. And so here we go.
Okay.
So now the fight is on. Who do we think can win in a fight? Linda and Gerald or Charlotte and Sam?
Well, Sam's the only one with a gun.
Well, your guns are out.
What? But he's a cop.
But he's taking it down.
Look up with your gun. He left it in the car.
He left it in the car. It's in the car.
So it's hand in hand.
And so the gun could come into play, but who's going to get the gun? I will say this. We have seen Gerald versus Sam before in Honey Queen, right? And in that fight, Gerald, they kind of took each other out. Sam was able to shoot Gerald, but Gerald was able to crush Sam with the car.
So it was a draw last time.
And the big difference last time is that we were seeing Linda and Gerald versus Zoe and Sam. Now it's Linda versus Charlotte. Who do we think is going to win in that fight?
Can I throw a weird thing in here? I wonder if, because it's a whole big crime of passion here, if they all four just take each other out because they're just so the stakes are so high, emotions are running, and they might just take all. So maybe Tom and Becky just get a bye to the next round because all four of these ones are dead.
That would be a fun turn of
I
events.
feel like Linda might be the only survivor of this situation.
Well, yeah, because she would sacrifice Gerald. Linda would absolutely use Gerald as a shield and survive.
Linda's drunk.
But she's wild.
Oh, she's drunk. She's drunk. But still, she's cunning. She's usually drunk, so.
Well, that's why she would probably hit the ground and they'd be like, wow, yeah, one punch, she's dead, but she's not really dead. She's just drunk. And she just lays there for the rest of the fight.
Charlotte's also an alcoholic, isn't she?
Yeah, Charlotte's also drunk.
Wait, Charlotte's an alcoholic. Remember she was hiding the flask behind.
Okay, let's make it fair. They're all drunk.
Well, okay, what types of drunks are they? Because we've seen Linda drunk and she's like passed out in. Oh, well, not everyone has seen Linda. When Linda's drunk, she's like sleepy.
Pacified.
Charlotte's violent.
I actually think that Linda is a very high functioning drunk. I think Linda is the right amount of drunk right now where she has lost her fear and her inhibitions. Linda is very formidable. Sam is also a very high functioning maniacal drunk. I think Gerald is, less of a functioning drunk, and I think the same thing about Charlotte.
Also,
so really, is it Linda versus Sam?
Linda versus Sam is the fight. I think it's got to be Linda.
Linda without
Logic. She's got those super alcohol powers. Exactly.
I think Sam is too virulent.
I want Linda and Gerald to go up against Tom and Becky again. That's why. That's all.
I definitely think Linda would be the smart one to go, oh, Sam as a cop has a gun. I'll go get it.
In the chat, they're saying Linda has pepper spray. So,
yeah, but Sam's got other cop stuff. He's got like a
Sam
taser,
also
he's got
has
a
pepper
baton.
spray.
The chat is also
Yes.
saying there's a foursome that ensues.
Yeah.
That's only.
I co-sign that.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's take a vote right now. Who thinks that Linda and Gerald would win this fight?
I think just Linda by herself, but yeah.
How many votes are going on at the party house?
Vote to.
We got. I think it's everyone except for Paul and I'm deciding. Oh, Paul's still deciding.
Okay. I think we think that it's Linda and Gerald. I think the people think it's Linda and Gerald from the comments, but Sam and Charlotte are going to pull through unless we reach 409 and what do we want to say? And maybe 409 600 in the next 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes on the clock.
All right. So at 409 600, Linda and Gerald are going to pull through. If not, Sam and Charlotte are going to defeat them.
Easy victory.
Sort of, damn it.
Easy victory.
Wow. Oh, we're at 409. Okay, what do we? All right.
Yeah, yes, for those of you watching this live stream, this is the entire point of the live stream, is to raise money for Cinderella's Castle. So get on there.
We are doing a show.
Donate, donate if you can.
There will be singing.
This next fight is kind of crazy too.
This was going to be nuts.
Oh, Linda and Gerald versus Tom and Becky, or Lex and Ethan versus Steph and Pete.
Well, Tom and Becky versus Linda and Gerald feels kind of crazy. These are all crazy.
This is actually.
Oh, it's a.
No, I think the next one.
Next one's easy.
Next one's easy.
Next one's easy.
Okay, so we got a little less than $200. A little less than $200. How much time do they have left, man?
55 seconds.
Oh, it actually went down.
Let each other die. That's the thing.
It went down a little.
We always survive.
Little over $200.
Lex is super powered.
And if you're just joining, if we hit 425 today, we unlock.
That's cool.
Yes, if you're just joining us, we're working towards our Obsidian budget tier. As soon as we hit our Obsidian budget tier, which is $425,000, we are going to be releasing Workin' Boys, the Hatchetfield short that we produced on YouTube. We're going to make it a public video so that anyone can watch Workin' Boys when we reach.
And it's going to be really sweet because once Higgins wins this whole thing, it'll be a celebration of him.
Okay, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They didn't do it. Sam and Charlotte won.
Sam and Charlotte
Okay,
won.
there we go. Sam and Charlotte won.
Sam and Charlotte won.
That's tragic. But at least it makes it easy for Tom and Becky.
So,
so Sam went back to the car, got his gun, and shot Linda and Gerald to death.
There you go.
Nice.
Wait a minute, I've got a gun. Wait a minute, you guys stay right here. And he goes back to the car. Wait a minute, I'm a cop.
All right. There are consequences, people in the chat. There are consequences. If you want somebody to win, then you gotta fork over that dough.
Oh, jeez.
All right, so Sam and Charlotte have won. They got the gun and they killed Linda and Gerald.
Y'all, this next one though, come on, Lex and Ethan all the way. Like it doesn't even matter.
Right, Ethan, calm the fuck down.
No, it doesn't matter the scenario. I'm sorry.
I'll click right now. I have the one answer right here, right now, before the Ethan thing comes out. And it's because in every timeline so far, Lex and Ethan don't make it, and Steph and Pete always do.
Wow.
That's all good and well. That's all good and well, but it depends on their enemy. It depends on who they're fighting. Okay, it depends on who they're fighting. And Lex has powers. Does she not? Does she not have some sort of connection to
Okay, Matt, you want to give a little scenario as to why Lex and Ethan are fighting Steph and Pete?
Okay. Pete and Steph go on a date at Pasquale's, the Italian restaurant. Ethan is their waiter. He's working. Maybe this is his uncle's restaurant, so he got a job. He's working. He brings them breadsticks. They're eating the breadsticks, and then Pete says, "That guy, our waiter, used to push me in a locker and fart in it. He was my bully." And Steph said, "That's ridiculous. He has to apologize. This is ridiculous." So Ethan comes back to the table. He says, "Can I take your order?" And Steph says, "Yes, you can. But first, you need to apologize to my friend here. You farted on him." And Ethan says, "Come on, I fart on a lot of nerds." And it's just Ethan is not giving Pete enough respect, and Steph says, "This is absolutely ridiculous. We're out of here." And they get up and leave, but they've already eaten several breadsticks, so they're technically dining and ditching. They're out in the parking lot. Lex, who's a dishwasher, hears this commotion, comes out. She sees this rich girl leaving without tipping, and she just loses it. She goes, "Hey, rich bitch, we live on those tips. What's up, bitch? What's up?" She starts the fight.
Yeah, she goes, "Look at these two rich kids. Look at this kid in his bow tie, this rich kid in his bow tie. Come on, Ethan. Let's get him. It's on."
Okay.
It's no contest.
Well, it's because you don't want to love
it, but love always loses in Hatchetfield.
No, they've always won consistently. You can't fuck with the data, Kurt. The data's fucking there.
Yeah, but we've never seen this battle before.
Scenario right now.
Listen, Steph and Pete are dependents. Lex is raising a child and taking her across country by herself.
That's true.
It's like she's an adult already with superpowers.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
She uses her powers, though. She uses her powers in this.
And Ethan and Lex do love each other, even if it doesn't quite work.
I will say, argue against me because you got to be unbiased, obviously. I will say,
are you being unbiased? Are you?
You have to be unbiased. So here I go.
Okay.
Here I go. It's that I actually do. Where I think Lex and Ethan could win is they care way less, but their spirits are way higher. And so he's like, "You're gonna fucking dine and dash, rich kids." We're like, Steph and Pete are like, they already have anxiety about this and are probably trembling.
Yeah,
Furthermore, Pete is not about that action, and we know that Ethan and Lex are. They're scrappier. They've been fighting. You know what I'm saying? Ethan has already been pegged as a bully, and like it's already been mentioned, Lex, is taking care of her little sister. You know what I'm saying? There's just extra there that they're fighting for that they've been through. Whereas like Steph and Pete.
Steph and Pete lost all their fucking friends, and Steph's an orphan, so chill out.
Listen.
They not scrapping though. They not scrapping like
from a very
manipulating.
Steph comes from a very manipulating, bad family line. Okay.
Yes.
So we can't say she didn't go through.
Steph has that water blood in her veins.
And Pete's older brother is Ted.
He is a bad guy. Okay.
The water
She even had the black book on her side. Maybe her dad has a spell protecting
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad.
This bloodline is not going away easy.
I was really getting scared.
Listen, it's not about comparing traumas, really. What it comes down to is who's stronger. Ethan and Lex are stronger.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I love Stephanie, but I think Ethan would dominate this situation.
John really wants to
get
talk.
Yeah, John.
Lex has the power.
John, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, John.
All right, so what if Lex is eating breadsticks, and she suddenly develops a gluten intolerance, and that gluten affects her powers. What do you think? And then that.
What is this, Scott?
All right.
Pilgrim, like
It
vegan
seems-
powers?
I just think Mayor Louder is watching.
I think so too.
Okay, it seems like we think that Lex and Ethan would beat Pete and Steph.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though I love Pete and Steph.
Yes.
I think they would.
Unless
I
people
agree.
donate,
But
and
it's
the
not up
bread
to us.
actually does affect
But-
Lex's
Yes,
powers.
it's not up to us. It's going to be up to the Lords in Black who are watching this. Okay,
Good.
so we're going to make it easy for everybody. Okay, let's say at 409-800. At 409-800, Steph and Pete can pull through and beat Lex and Ethan.
Okay. Which couple do you want to kill?
Which couple would you rather see
Really sad.
Die.
die a horrible
Why
death?
on a double
Would you
date?
rather watch Lex and Ethan die or Steph and Pete die? So,
I agree, Mariah. They totally could have just gone on a double date.
No,
just like
why
Hannah
did they have to
explained.
do this?
Yeah.
Matt, did you start the timer?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we've got a little less than $200.
And hey guys, remember, every dollar goes to props, costumes,
Yeah,
lights,
it's going to somewhere
crew,
really cool.
actors. So yes, this is fun, but we're also making a show. So
Yeah.
just remember,
There's a purpose.
Every dollar you donate goes to killing your favorite.
Band-
Killing characters, but you're also creating a
band.
show.
Yes,
I've
these-
seen the set
my
of this
guy.
show. I've seen the set
Yeah.
design and it looks expensive. Wait, we do it?
All
We
right,
do it?
they actually did it. They did it.
Oh, dang.
Oh, wow.
Wait, did
Okay,
they save Lex and
so-
Ethan or kill Lex and Ethan?
They're
Uh,
fucking dead, girl.
No, Pete and Steph have now defeated Lex and Ethan.
Glue
Yeah, true love.
defeated Lex. Is that what, are we going with the John's story?
Okay. Okay.
All right, Matt, how did they pull through?
They pulled through. Lex and Ethan, pretty powerful, but Jason and
Kyle.
Jason
are
and
prac-
Kyle show up.
They're practicing their skateboard in the parking lot.
Oh well.
They look and they see Ethan and Lex
they say-
beating up their classmates, and they say, "No, you're not going to take out those Nighthawks. Not on my watch."
Yeah, and they rush over there, and the night. Yeah, and they are able to hold Ethan, and they kill Ethan in front of Lex, and she's sobbing and in tears, and they push Lex down, and they stomp her face in and kill her too.
Question: what neutralizes Lex's powers that we know?
The Lords in Black. The Lords in Black.
have neutralized the powers. They did it.
Just
They-
cause?
Yeah, just because that's the rules.
The Lords in Black who are watching, the people that are watching have chosen Steph and Pete to survive and Lex and Ethan to die a horrible death.
Yeah, so
So,
there
you're-
Steph and Pete go, killing again. They throw Lex and Ethan's bodies into the dumpster at Pasquale's and make a break for it.
And they did it, and they got away with another murder.
Great. All right. Last fight of the round.
All right, this is a big one, okay? So
this is
this is Grace Chastity and Max Jaegerman versus Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry. Matt, you want to talk a little bit about what pits these four against each other?
Okay. They're Grace is at abstinence camp. Max wants to sneak into the abstinence camp to see Grace. He borrows Kyle's skidoo to his jet ski. He borrows his jet ski. He sails across the lake, but he crashes. He crashes on the dock of the abstinence camp, wrecking the jet ski. Then Grace finds him and goes, "Oh no, he's hurt," and takes him to an abandoned cabin in abstinence camp and is nursing him back to health. As she's nursing him back to health, she's reading him Bible stories, and he's starting to think that the Bible's pretty cool. Then Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry notice that Grace is sneaking off too much, and then when I don't know, Grace is reading Max a particularly hot and heavy Bible story. They're getting closer and closer, and they're about to kiss. But then Boy Jerry, Girl Jerry bust into the cabin. And Boy Jerry says, "I knew it! I knew it!" And they decide that
girl.
And Girl Jerry says, "There's no saving you, Steph. It's better if you die right here." Oh, Grace. There's no saving you, Grace. It's better if you die here. And Max says, "Get behind me, Grace. I'll protect you." And the fight is on.
It's the
Man, this is tough.
I do think Boy Jerry, Girl Jerry have repressed so much trauma.
Yes.
They will do.
There's
I
a
mean,
hunger.
they have a
Make a bird walk
They have
all
a
over.
terrifying lumber axe of the sun.
syrup.
Yeah.
Do they have access to lumberjacks or no?
That's my question too, Kim.
Listen, that all depends on the Lords in Black.
Oh, okay.
That all depends on what the Lords in Black will decide.
So nothing supernatural.
When the
Also,
time has come.
I think home court advantage plays into this one.
Yeah.
Too. They know, it's like they know the cabin. They know everything.
You find them if they hide.
Yeah.
And I know Team Max is going to be like, "Oh, it's Max," but he's tired from being on that skidoo.
Yeah, he got hurt.
I don't know if you've been on a skidoo. It's exhausting. It takes a lot of muscle. He's injured. He's also injured.
Grace,
His throwing arm might be hurt.
does Grace have any weapons on her or no?
Just Jesus.
Just her,
No.
just her,
Just
yeah,
her
just her face, yeah.
Jerry have Jesus on there.
The
Yes, they
Jerrys
do.
have Jesus, and they also have a lot of repressed anger and rage. And Grace has that repressed anger and rage as well, but she's been given into temptation lately. And we know Max already done gave into temptation who knows when and how many times. So the Jerrys, I think, have a leg up because they're so repressed.
Yeah, unless
All
there's
right.
a football in
This
the
is
cabin.
tough.
All
Is
all
there a
right.
football in the cabin?
I will say that the
bring the broom?
chat is overwhelmingly in support of Grace and Max. Overwhelmingly.
I'm also in support of Grace and
no
Max.
bias.
Boy Jerry and
Also-
Girl Jerry are nerds. Max would destroy them.
What do you?
Yeah.
You got your arm in a sling.
Skidoo
You think-
axe.
Not if they have lumberjacks. If they have lumberjacks, then there's.
So
They don't have
Okay.
right now.
So here's the thing. I think I also am rooting for Grace and Max because I like Grace and Max.
What?
I-
Objectivity. What's going on, Nick?
I'm sorry. As much as I'm trying to be objective, I still root for them. And I also think that Max could pound Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry to a pulp, even if he is injured. I still think
Jerry. All right.
Boy Jerry can fight.
I think the Jerrys
Boy
are
Jerry can
so
scrap.
weak.
Well, then I get Lords in Black.
Listen, Boy Jerry got beat up by Peter Spankowski. Boy Jerry
that's true.
cannot fight Max Jaegerman.
Yeah, Girl Jerry also has trauma.
That's
And
true.
so,
Max is
Okay.
the only one that has lifted a single weight out of any of these characters.
That's not true.
That's when you know it.
Boy Jerry's out there chopping wood.
Okay.
Okay.
So, right now the chat right now the total is at $410,065. So after we finish this fight, we are going to be reading the first scene of Miss Halloween. But let's actually set a little goal for ourselves to try and see if Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry. Let's actually say Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry are gaining the upper hand. And the only way that Max and Grace can pull through is if the Lords in Black help them. Because, something is rumbling in the forest. A stomping, a thundering. Someone has seen it. Someone knows that Grace and Max are noodling. There's an axe-wielding foe is approaching. One that has a specific loyalty to Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry. Will Lords in Black intervene to help Grace and Max survive this, or will Lumber come to turn the tide? So let's say if we in 2 minutes get to $410 and $400, so that is less than $300 away. If we can do that in 2 minutes, then Max and Grace can pull through.
Please donate to support Nick's incredibly biased choice. Please help help them beat clearly overpowered Boy Jerry, and Lumberjacks.
Okay, John, good job.
Not girls
Good
in
job.
I also just say that Girl Jerry and Boy Jerry have the power of the entire camp. Couldn't we get all the other campers to just gang up on Grace and Max?
All
That's
right.
a
What,
great point too, Kim.
what did I say was the goal? Was it 410, 400?
Just throwing it out there.
All right.
Wow, thanks a lot.
It has surpassed it so remarkably quickly. Everyone loves Grace and Max. Grace and Max have done it. The Lords in Black have intervened, and Grace and Max are going to pull through. Matt, how do Grace and Max pull through?
Grace and Max really.
Grace and Max are
Okay.
gonna
Okay. Lumberjacks shows up. He looks between the two of them, Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry, saying, kill them! They're dirty girls and dirty dudes." Lumberjacks looks into Grace's eyes, sees her purity of heart and her love of Christ, and turns on his father and mother, puts an axe into Boy Jerry's head, and then kicks Girl Jerry. She flies through the air, hits a tree, and explodes.
Yep. So very similar to what happened in Abstinence Camp. As loyal as Lumberjacks is to Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry, he is loyal to none more than Grace Chastity.
Period.
There you go. So Lumberjack showed up, helped Grace and Max, and so Grace and Max advanced to the next round.
Well, the Lords in Black have spoken.
The Lords in Black have spoken overwhelmingly. They
now they show up.
They yes. If some of your favorite characters did not survive, it is because the Lords in Black do not favor them.
That's lore.
That actually is really funny.
And by the way, this is
Canon now.
This is canon, so you
It's all
guys
canon.
sealed it. The Lords in Black are
There you
like
go.
facts up there about feelings.
But actually, if you do look at the data, they are the people I feel like the Lords of Black favor more.
Oh man, it's gonna be Pete and Steph versus Grace and Max.
Pete and Steph are-
Holy cow.
Let's be real.
All right. But for now, let's actually take a break from the death match. We have now completed round 1 of the death match, and so we have on this side, we have Tom and Becky are going to fight Sam and Charlotte. We have Steph and Pete are going to fight Grace and Max. Then Paul and Emma are going to fight Bill and Alice. Ted and Higgins are going to fight Shapiro and Bailey. And that is when we come back to the Hatchetfield death match.
It's good.
I gotta
Ready,
pop
Paul?
out, y'all.
Bryce!
Goodbye, Bryce. Thank you so much for being here.
Bye, friends.
Miss you.
I'm rooting for Higgins all the way.
That's so
That's
real.
right. All
I
right.
don't know. We'll let you know.
We'll let you know how it goes, Bryce. Thank you so much for being here.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
think
But for now, I think we're going to take a break from the death match so that we can read one of our scenes.
Oh God, get this out of my face, Jesus, Murphy. Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
So Matt, do you want to talk a little bit about the scene that we're about to read?
Well, it's the beginning of the story. This is a story called Miss Halloween. It would be in a future season of Nightmare Time, and again, we would do future Nightmare Times not as little squares. We would try to fully stage them and do them with like effects and all this sort of thing. So this is a pretty cool one.
This is a story called Miss Halloween.
We don't have to set anything up because this is the beginning of the story.
But we will say that this reading is going to feature John Madison, Mariah Rose Faith, Jeff Blim, and Kim Whalen as Miss Holloway. Okay, so I'm gonna add it to the stage, and we're gonna follow along with it. So here we go. Scene 1 of Miss Halloween. Whenever everybody's ready. John,
Muted.
Muted,
Pastor Todd, you're muted.
All right, here we go. Scene 1 of Miss Halloween.
Begone, demon! I command you to release this child of God!
A man in the raiments of a priest brandishes a crucifix as an unearthly wind swirls around him. Toys, shoes, and school books whip across the room of their own volition. The priest splashes holy water across a small figure who writhes on the bed, struggling against his restraints.
The power of Christ compels you!
The boy tied to the bed frame growls in the demon's voice.
Christ's in hell with your mother!
The boy's parent, Blair, rushes to the bedside, tears streaming down her face.
Riley, please stop!
Stay away from him! Look out!
He grabs Blair's arm and pulls her back. A wooden chair flies through the air, missing her head by inches, and explodes as it crashes into the wall. Blair and the man race out and slam the door behind them. They collapse. From inside the bedroom, they hear a throaty, demonic chuckle. Blair bursts into tears. The holy man puts a hand on her shoulder.
Let's take a break.
Outside, a pickup truck towing a large piece of lawn care equipment pulls into the driveway. The 80s tunes blaring in the cab go quiet as the driver kills the engine. Back in the house, Blair attempts to pour herself a drink. Her hand shakes so violently, she hardly gets a drop inside her glass. The man takes the bottle from her gently.
Let me.
He pours the drink and hands it to Blair. She downs it as the doorbell rings. Ding dong.
Who's that? Another priest?
We don't need a priest. We need a specialist.
He opens the door to reveal a woman with huge hair and dangling earrings. She wears an old jean jacket over a pink and black Halloween costume. Miss Holloway tips the brim of her pointed witch's hat.
Trick or treat.
I love her.
Miss Holloway, thank God. He's upstairs.
The chipper woman steps into the house. Blair looks her up and down, confused.
Who is this? What are you? A nun?
Nun? Did you see the hat? I'm a witch. I know it's a little early for costumes, but I get real into the season. Just call me Miss Halloween.
Halloween? This is not a joke. There is something very wrong with my son.
Blair, my child, do you have faith in God and his son and his sacraments?
Yeah, Father.
Then
Sorry.
you must. No problem. Then you must trust in his plan. Stay here and pray for Riley.
He leads Miss Holloway out of the living room as Blair clutches her hands in prayer. When they're out of earshot, the man, Pastor Todd, drops the stoic act and lets out a huge sigh of relief.
A fucking bitch.
I'm gonna owe you big time for this. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing.
You look the part.
Pastor Todd pulls the Roman collar off his neck.
This little neck thing, it's a napkin. I tried to tell her exorcism is a Catholic thing. I'm a Methodist pastor. She doesn't know the difference. I saw her in church once, and that was for the rummage sale.
She's so slay.
But she's scared and desperate and reaching out for something she can't understand.
I don't understand this. And I've got a master's in the seminary. When she asked for my help, I figured her son was playing some Halloween prank, for TikTok or whatever. Riley was a little shit. But that thing in there is not Riley.
What is it, Pastor Todd?
Riley volunteered at the Cider Mills haunted house. They got boxes, costumes for the kids to throw on. He finds this mask. No one knows where it came from. He puts it on and he starts to change. Little things at first, talking back to his mother, scaring the old lady next door. He wears the mask longer. Things escalate. He gets sent to school for biting a chunk out of the teacher's leg. When mom tried to ground him, he chased her around the house with a butcher's knife. Could have killed her. That's when she tied him up. It all started with that mask. This is going to sound crazy, but I think it's alive. It's some kind of monster.
Monster mask.
Happy Halloween.
All right. Well, that's a new one. I'll take a look.
Anything I can do?
Nothing you'll remember.
What?
She waves her hand. Pastor Todd's eyes go blank as he falls into a deep trance. In Riley's bedroom, the creature possessing his body grins in anticipation. Rubbery lips curl to reveal crooked fangs. The monster mask has fully grafted to Riley's skin, its tendrils buried deep into flesh and bone. The door creaks open as Miss Holloway steps inside. She sees the hideous thing tied to the bedposts and smiles cheerfully.
Hi, Riley. That costume is wicked. It's refreshing to see a kid dressed as something scary. I'm so sick of superheroes. Halloween, not a comic convention.
The monster mask bristles at her insolence.
Riley's in hell, being flayed by the
I hate it here.
We'll tell him to wrap it up and come home. It's a school night.
You hide your fear as well. I shall enjoy breaking your will and feasting on your soul.
The monster mask roars. Demonic winds blow. The bed frame quakes violently. Miss Holloway rolls her eyes.
Shaking the furniture, really? You can do better than that. It's Shocktober. Bring your A game.
I'll bring the worms and maggots.
Why? Are we going fishing? Please don't tell me you're going to conjure some bugs. You're going to fill my purse with cockroaches?
I'll fill your ass with cockroaches.
Miss Holloway glances into her handbag and gives a wry smile.
Oh, bless your heart. You actually did it.
She tips the bag, shaking out a mess of insects.
You filled my purse with bugs. You basic bitch.
You're the bitch. The devil's whore.
You know what's always been my favorite demon trick?
She opens her mouth and a torrent of green vomit spews forth. The monster mask thrashes angrily as Miss Holloway continues dousing it with bile. The stream trickles to a stop, and she politely dabs her mouth with a hanky.
She's so cool.
Projectile vomit. An oldie, a goodie.
The dripping monster mask narrows its eyes in rage.
What are you?
I couldn't tell you, but you wouldn't remember. I could tell you, but you wouldn't remember. No one can. Don't take it personally. I can say that your magic can't directly affect me, and mine can't directly affect you. I'd love to wiggle my nose and turn you into a baseball cap, but it's not in the cards. So, let's cut the crap. I'm not going to sit here and play out this tedious exorcism routine. If that's what you had in mind, I'll sit in the corner and read my book. Or you could just tell me what you want. Maybe I can give it to you.
I am given nothing. I take pain and suffering. I have drank deep of this child. When his body is spent and his mother is screaming in perfect agony, I will find fresh meat to slake my desires.
So I can't give you anything.
Oh, but you can, and you will, or you'll watch this boy die.
The monster mask tightens its grip around Riley's throat. The boy trapped beneath begins to suffocate.
What are you doing?
Riley has breathed his last breath. Now he shall choke on my carrion innards.
What do you want? Tell me what it is, and you can have it.
You.
Me.
Your flesh and blood and soul. My new host.
No.
Your powers shall be mine. It all will howl in despair.
There has to be another way.
Time is running out, witch!
Riley's body convulses violently.
You're like,
You'd be unstoppable.
He's dying.
The boy writhes, trying and failing to breathe.
All right. I'll do it. Just let Riley go.
The mask loosens its grip, and the boy gasps, sucking in air.
Put your hands behind your back.
Miss Holloway slowly complies.
Come closer.
She steps to Riley's bedside, leaning over the creature. As she does, the mask releases its hold on the boy. Skittering veins slip from Riley's face and reach for Miss Holloway. The mask hisses in triumph.
Yes. Yes.
Tendrils pierce Miss Holloway's skin and worm their way beneath her flesh as the parasite latches to its new host. The mask slides itself over her huge hair, tightening its grip.
What a carnival of torment I shall unleash on this world.
Yeah, we're gonna paint the town red. Now let's start with the lawn.
Before the mask can fully take control, Miss Holloway uses the last of her free will to hurl herself through the window. Outside, Pastor Todd, completely entranced, flips the switch on the large machine Miss Holloway had brought, a wood chipper, which has been parked right beneath Riley's window. The monster mask has one fleeting instant to realize how thoroughly it had been outplayed before the whirling blades come rushing up to meet it. Miss Holloway and the mask go one side of the wood chipper and rain out the other end in a shower of blood and chunky gore. This had all been the plan, of course. The mask was shredded to ribbons, but Miss Holloway would grow back to her old self before the dawn. She couldn't die. Not like this. That was part of the deal, after all. To be continued.
Chills, brothers. Chills.
brothers.
Chills, brothers.
And that was
Wow.
I love that story.
and that was
Yeah.
the first scene of Miss
So-
Halloween.
So it'd be fun, like actually doing it, to have it be acted out and like fully orchestrated and stuff. Obviously, we're still going to need the narrator to be a big part of it, because how are you going to do her falling in a wood chipper? But we can do stuff like we can do the projectile vomit. We can do that, and like maybe
We can do that monster mask. That monster mask could be like a fun puppet, like Lumberjacks
Cool
and all
puppet.
that.
Monster mask.
yeah.
Yes, yes, like the Monster Mash, but the Monster Mask.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's just the first. That's the first scene of the story. It's a little mini adventure, and then the other two scenes that we have are later throughout the story.
So we have two more scenes from Miss Halloween to read, which we'll do later, and you'll unlock the next one as we when we reach 415,000, right?
Well, let's
Oh,
see here.
can I just say
That-
something too?
Yeah.
Everyone's amazing for donating. Just don't retract your pledge after this just because you wanted to see your faves win. If we don't get the pledges, we can't do as much. So that was just a thing that happened last week. So just stick with those pledges.
That's smart.
That's smart. Please don't cheat, everybody.
Tricksters.
And look who we have.
Wow.
Joey Richter. All right. Joey, you got short hair.
I'm Ted again.
It looks good.
You sure you don't have a Ted scene you want to read? That's what I was told.
Ted is coming
Just
though,
kidding.
right?
There's
He's
no.
in the bracket.
Wait.
Wait.
We
Yeah,
got
Ted
in
is
the
still
death
alive.
match. Ted is still alive. in the
Still
death match.
alive?
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
his partner is very
How's
strong.
that possible? How's he scared by?
It's Ted and Hidge. It's a duo death match. Ted and Higgins. Ted and Higgins
Yeah.
killed Ruth and Richie.
I did miss that.
Yeah.
Wait, can I have a like an update on what the whole thing?
Yeah.
Where is it at?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me
we're bringing
show you.
it up.
We're about to jump back.
Okay.
Friends,
Wow,
I do have
that's-
to part.
Bye, Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, goodbye, Paul.
Swap out.
Goodbye, Paul.
Yeah, so we're on to round 2. Our initial duos have all already fought. So here's where we're at.
Here's where we're at. Paul and Emma defeated Harmony Jones and Barry Swift, the Greenpeace girl and the
Fair.
man in a hurry.
Fair.
Bill and Alice defeated Frank and Sherman. Ted and Higgins killed Ruth and Richie mercilessly. Shapiro and Bailey were able to defeat Melissa and Woman. Then on the other side, Tom and Becky defeated Dan and Donna.
That's fair.
Charlotte and Sam pulled through and defeated Linda and Gerald because the Lords in Black did not favor Linda and Gerald enough. Lex and Ethan died. Steph and Pete were able to murder Lex and Ethan. And Grace, Chastity, and Max Jaegerman defeated Boy Jerry and Girl Jerry.
Interesting.
So how we're doing it this time, Joey, is we discuss it, and then the audience play the role of the Lords in Black, and with their donations, they can throw the fight one way or the other. So
so it's not a real match. Well, it's probably closer to a real match than it is. It's closer to more of what a what a match
human on human
would be in real life.
No powers.
Also, what it would be actually in Hatchetfield, where the Lords in Black do go in and sway the fate. So this is you have to take those rich Lords in Black into account whenever you're talking about it. But without further ado, let's begin round 2 of the death match.
Going 15 rounds this time. Gonna make it work tonight. Never backing down this time. I'll screw you in my yellow jacket.
It sounded like music.
I love my
All
song.
right. Very
All
cool.
right.
All right, here we go. So the first fight that we have here is Paul and Emma versus Bill and Alice.
I feel like it's kind of easy.
Okay, so this fight takes place in Oakley Park. Why do you think? But we didn't think. Me and Nick didn't. We had planned out for why all the other people were fighting. We didn't make it this far because we didn't know who would be here. We just know that they're fighting it at Oakley Park. Why on earth would Bill and Alice be fighting Paul and Emma?
I don't know.
So we're coming up with the scenarios as well.
Yeah. Why not?
Maybe Emma was Emma trash talking Mamma Mia?
Yes. And Bill and Alex love Mamma Mia.
Yeah, maybe Paul and Emma. Maybe Paul and Emma are both trash talking Mamma Mia while Alice and Bill are at a picnic. Maybe they're all at a picnic together. And maybe what's going on is Alice's feelings are getting hurt because Paul and Emma are being such jerks about the musicals that she likes. And Bill eventually says, "You know what, Paul? I've had enough of your guts. It's on."
I mean, I think
it's on.
I think it's worth taking into account what Morphic Nature said in the chat, where it's just like Paul is useless, but Emma doesn't give a shit about Paul's friend. Like, there's no emotional attachment to people, and I think that is like, I think people who have less emotional attachment to A, their partners, or B, the other people they're fighting is helpful. Because I'm like, because they can be more ruthless. They can be like, I don't really give a shit about, and are we taking into account the universes of guys that didn't like musicals, where it's like who lived, who survived, who made it to the end, who is like potentially susceptible to
the way I see this one going is Paul and Bill just watch Emma and Alice fight. They're like, we don't want to really kill each other, right? So they're just gonna watch Emma and Alice go.
I actually disagree. I think Bill is like, now's my time to finally teach Paul a lesson. I think that Bill is annoyed by Paul.
All right.
I think
He's held back for so
And is
long.
this-
I also think Bill is a better friend to Paul than Paul is to Bill.
Yes.
So this is
Yes.
time to get back at Paul.
They're nodding. They're fucking
Yes.
nodding.
Also, listen. Also, Paul hates musicals so much. Bill just starts belting out songs from Mamma Mia.
Ooh, and that's
the
point.
that would really but in defense, I personally hate Mamma Mia the musical so much that
Are you making this about you?
I could see it would lead to levels of fury and rage in Paul and Emma.
Oh, it would
It'd be
unlock some
ruthless.
things.
I don't know. I think they
That's how
become
I feel
chaotic.
when I hear it.
Listen, here's the thing. Harmony and Barry were better opponents than Bill and Al.
Harmony and Bear.
That's what I. But my point is, listen. My point is, Paul and Emma have already beat superior opponents. Bill and Alice is a walk in a park compared to Harmony and Barry.
Yeah.
I will tell you, Bill. The only time Bill died was when Bill chose to go into danger to save his daughter. Other than that, he survived the apocalypse.
But he is in a position. he is in a position in which he's with his daughter, which creates a super susceptible emotional position for him to be. It's like he has the potential to get distracted. I mean, the same could be said for Paul and Emma too. But
They beat Waterworld together when they teamed up, and
They certainly
teamed up
did.
is very strong.
You know,
certainly.
I think Bill and Alice would absolutely destroy Paul and Emma.
Hearing it, the writer
I
said
think-
that.
I think that Alice has the edge on Emma. I think Emma has the smoker's lungs of a 60-year-old, where Alice is in her prime. She's and
But is she an
Bill, I
android?
think. No,
Is she
it's
an
not
android?
Android Emma.
No android
it's
in
real
this-
Emma.
in this one.
And I think Bill takes Paul in a fight. Because as
Yeah.
weak
Yeah.
as Bill is,
Yeah.
Paul's way
He's gonna
weaker.
kick his head. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Bill could
Not
kick
Ted,
Paul's
but
head.
Don't
Paul.
worry,
If-
everybody. They're gonna
you know-
donate money,
Yeah.
and your faves will win.
If-
Paul and Emma will win.
if Paul trips, then Bill can reach his head. Then yes, Bill would kick Paul in the head.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. What do
Okay.
we say, Nick?
Now, how does this work?
Okay.
Oh,
So,
Nick changes it every time.
all right. Yes, I'm changing it every time. So everybody's rooting for Paul and Emma. So I want people to donate. So Bill and Alice are going to win because they have the advantage of we all decided that they should win. The only
Yeah.
way that Paul and Emma are going to pull through
425. 425.
is if we reach let's say okay, somebody just gave us some money, so we're right now at 411 and 530. So let's
Well,
say
Doesn't
when
that
we-
just do it?
no, because nobody waited for me to say the total. So let's actually say that if we raise another, let's make it easy, another 120. So if we reach 411,
Dollars?
650,
Or $1,000?
no, just dollars. Just if we reach another, if we get another $120 in the next,
Wow, there it
let's
goes.
say minute, then Paul and Emma will pull through.
Okay, only a minute.
Only a minute.
Well,
only a minute.
They start the clock.
So let's see. So you've got
take a break.
you've got 1 minute to donate $120, or else Bill and Alice are going to rightfully win the fight.
You know,
And if they don't win, just know that you guys killed a
What's the
dad and his
timer at?
daughter. You assholes.
Buy your lower for sale. Lower for sale.
All right.
So,
Okay.
Okay,
So
25 seconds left.
25 seconds left to do it.
40 more bucks. 40 more bucks.
$40.
All right.
Buy more.
Just
Lower for
40
sale.
more
Lower
dollars.
for sale. Lower for sale.
Okay.
Oh,
They did it.
They did it?
They did it.
Wow, that's evil, guys.
Wow.
Wow.
The Lords in Black.
You gotta respect the libs.
Okay, can you explain
Lord-
how they win this, please? I want to hear this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
This is the future the libs want.
Okay. The Lords in Black have watched this. They say, I don't care that Bill, Blinky has come in. Blinky says, I hate Bill and Alice. Alice is that girl that blinded one
point.
of my eyes. So they pull some strings. As Bill and Alice are right about to defeat Paul and Emma, they hear something in the air. Choo, 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 choo. The sound of helicopter blades cutting through the sky. They look up. A helicopter descends. Flies down from the helicopter and comes sliding down the rope is General John McNamara, who takes out his firearm and shoots Bill and Alice right in the head.
Says, I'm here to help you, Paul.
Way to go.
Shoots him right in the head.
You never
You know, and this is the thing.
I am normally never this upset about things, but here, okay, in the first round, Paul and Emma got saved by a freaking homeless dude. Okay,
Yeah.
now in the second round, they get a dude in a helicopter. If you let these people live again, no. If you let these people live again, I will personally jump into the fictitious world of Hatchetfield and murder them myself. Do not let this stand.
Here's the thing, though. Isn't there something to the idea of these Lords in Black making these people fight over and over again that is like torture as well? Which
Yes.
will be my point in the next round as I argue for Ted and Hitchens.
All right. So Paul and Emma advance to the next round. Bill and Alice have been murdered. They've been shot in the head. A father
Okay.
and daughter.
Yeah, killed in cold blood. Good job, General McNamara. What a hero. Okay,
All right.
so now we have Ted and Hitchens, who are hanging out at the honey festival when they are approached by Shapiro and Bailey, who are questioning them and saying, do you know anything about the disappearance of one Ruth Fleming and Richard Lipschitz? They were last seen going to the building that houses your classroom, Professor Hitchens. Hitch goes, They're backed into a corner, and they decide we gotta take out these pigs.
Ted panics. Hitchens is trying to play it cool. Ted panics, confesses everything, and says, "But we have to kill you now." The fight begins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Though.
Yep.
Here's the thing.
Clearly.
Here's the thing, ACAB. Am I right?
I'm gonna go back to. I just think, again, Bailey is gonna be rendered incompetent immediately.
That's my bro.
Wait, why? Because he flees in the face of danger.
So does Ted.
At Working Boys, when religion starts to go crazy, Shapiro gives his gun away. So
I think Ted and Bailey are a good match. They found a match.
They're both a little.
Yes.
So it's really Shapiro versus Hitchens.
Yeah.
How about this? Okay. At the Honey Festival, there's one means of escape that is a speedboat parked over on the dock. Both Ted and Bailey run for the speedboat, and they have to fight each other to see who's going to get on that speedboat and escape. Okay, so while that is happening, Hitchens pulls his handgun out. Shapiro pulls out her gun. They chase each other through the woods. They shoot. You know, the rest of the festival goers scatter in terror.
Here's what you got to remember. Bailey's the better shot, but you got to remember this Hitchens is crazy. He's probably grabbing people at the Honey Festival, putting guns to their head, saying, "Drop it, cop! Drop it!"
You go. Shapiro and Bailey are like, they have the law. They're people of the law. Ted and Hitchens are scrappy and want to, even if they
listen.
Joey,
Joey. You have to argue for Shapiro and Bailey if you want Ted and Hitchens to continue on.
No.
No.
Jeff, I'm paying attention to the chat. Basically, the idea is that whoever the chat overwhelmingly supports, they have to show a little bit of love to us in order to advance their couple.
All right. Well, it's Ted and Hitchens. It's obviously Ted and Hitchens.
They're psychos. They're like psycho. They're like
it's like I think the biggest argument is that, like you said, Hitchens would use bodies and people, and that would go against Shapiro's code.
Anything.
Yeah, Shapiro's gonna have a code.
Good people who are fighting for law and order won't win here.
No, not in this fight.
They don't. Not in this world. Not in Hatchetfield.
Hitchens something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, even though these people have historically died, you go, they'll fight. Like, I could imagine if it gets down to fucking. If someone ends up dying and Ted and Hitchens are still there, Ted would throw him. Ted would do something stupid to take a bullet or try to get away. And the other two.
Is there anything Shapiro could do to like outwit Hitchens or get it?
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know.
You're from Chicago, right? And Chicago's a tough town to be.
I think that it's not so remarkably hard to outwit Hitchens. Hitchens is not the smartest. He's kind of a stupid character. He also he loses all sense of logic when he gets into a situation like this. You got to think about him during Working Boys, during him during Hatchetfield 8 Man.
100%.
this is a man who loses his composure quite easily, and he is
But how many-
unhinged.
But how many people does he kill before he goes down? It's like, how many people does he take down with him?
Yes,
You know, I think
it does. You know, and he does have a habit of taking out Ted, his own partner and friend.
You're right.
But it's like, but that's what I'm saying. If it like came down to Shapiro being like, I have Ted, I'll kill him. Ted Higgins would blast through both of them.
Yeah, all right. How about this though? How about this? Shapiro has her gun on Higgins and Ted. Higgins then grabs Ted and takes Ted hostage and says, "You better drop that gun or I'll shoot him."
Yeah.
And then she says,
And then-
"That's your
and then
own
Shapiro
partner."
And Shapiro goes, okay, puts down the gun, and then shoots Ted, and then shoots Shapiro.
Oh, we must have.
All right.
Thumbs up.
What do you say, Nick? 2 minutes? What's the amount you want to reach, and what are the parameters of the Lords in Black? What are they doing?
Okay, all right. The parameters of the Lords in Black is that if we reach in the next 2 minutes, 411. Let's say, let's just say, do we want to do 412?
Let's do 412.
412.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try and get to 412 in the next 2 minutes, or Shapiro and Bailey are going to defeat Ted and Higgins. If we want Ted and Higgins to survive this, then it's going to have to be Shapiro needs to pull through with the help of the Lords in Black. The Lords in Black need to somehow turn Ted and Higgins against each other, or Higgins is too wily, or what am I trying to say? Somebody needs to help Ted and Higgins. Ted and Higgins are trying to kill each
You
other.
need to rein him in. You need to
Shapiro-
rein him in because
Shapiro is
they're
about to beat them.
When is the clock starting?
Matt, did you?
Yeah, it's already been going for 30 seconds.
All right.
Oh wow.
1
Come
minute.
on. Hitch is
gotta-
gonna win this thing. Hitch is gonna win this whole damn thing.
We're
Let's go.
5 backers away from 6,000 back. Whoa.
We're 5 backers away from 6,000 backers as well. And remember, guys, this is
Wow.
all in
trying
this
to
is all
make
in
a
good
show.
fun, and we're
So,
raising
it is a
funds
show, yeah.
for we're raising funds
Anybody
for
in the chat who's like,
Cinderella's
it's rigged. We're trying to make a show. A great best show.
Can we
can
get
make.
a time check, man?
Oh, it happened.
Oh,
It happened.
It
How
happened.
All right. Hitch
It
lives.
happened. Ted and Hitch have pulled through.
we did it. We did it.
How
All right.
did they?
Wow.
Chaos wins.
Okay.
Discretion to die. And I was like, yeah, sorry we killed them. But you're about
Okay.
to go.
I think what happened is the Lords in Black have pulled through to help Ted and Higgins, right? Okay,
Yes.
so I think what
Wow, Ted Higgins and Paul and Emma, that's gonna be epic.
Final four.
That's gonna be good.
I think maybe Shapiro's got her eyes set right about to shoot Ted and Higgins when it's at the Honey Festival. So all this shooting has, let's just say, it's ruined Needy Beast's entire performance. Needy Beast Thrash sees Shapiro, says, "Take this, you fascist cop," hits her over the head. And that enables Ted and Higgins to swing the fight, and they murder Shapiro in the streets, and then they
they are caught in the crossfire.
And where was Bailey? Did Bailey did his head get pushed into the rudder of the boat?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Sure. Wow, Ted and Higgins made it. I can't believe Ted is making it this far.
Well, but it's torture for him, you know? He's being put through all these fights. They like seeing him suffer. He's probably wounded horribly as well.
Yes. Let's also remember that Ted is somebody that he's in the classic, horror scenarios. Ted is a jerk, which means he needs to survive through most of the story and die right towards the end. He is one of the last ones to die in The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. So this is kind of this is par for the course for Ted thus far. All right, so here we are on to our next fight, which is going to be Tom and Becky versus Charlotte and Sam.
Weird.
All right.
Again, ACAB.
So,
Okay.
Matt, where are they fighting and why?
Okay,
Yeah.
they're at Pizza Pete's. Let's say Tom and Becky are there. They're letting Tim play games, and Charlotte has brought Sam there to show her the children and saying, "Wouldn't it be nice to have kids, Sam?" and he's saying, "Yeah, sure, right." Drinking heavily. Something happens. Sam does something. Maybe he steals tickets from Tim or pushes him off of arcades or something, and that just Tom and Becky cannot stand for that. They've killed before, and they're ready to kill again.
And and let's also remember, Sam is off duty at this point. No one has any guns. They're at Pizza Pete's, ready for a fight. All right, who do we think wins?
I mean, you said what's the boy? Tim was there?
Yes.
Yeah, he goes, he hides.
Yeah,
Nobody
wow.
can get Tim.
Tim's locked in
He
the
goes
ball
and
pit.
hides. Yeah. I'm gonna have to say that I think Tom and Becky take this one.
Yeah.
I think they take it pretty easily.
I think
We have
they're
an ex-soldier. We have a soldier and then a warrior nurse.
Yes, soldier versus cop. I think the soldier wins. And Becky easily takes out Charlotte. It's like I can't,
never underestimate a drunk cop, though. At some
yeah,
point.
you know, he is a maniac.
He's, it's like
he's a maniac.
Yeah,
That is true. He is a killer. Yeah. I guess Tom and Becky reluctantly kill. I think that Sam gleefully kills. Maybe all of the guns around, all like the toy guns in the arcade are triggering Tom, and he does not like it. Maybe that's throwing him off a little.
Yeah. Yes, perhaps.
You could also just resurrect. You could resurrect Linda and Gerald, and you can just have this be a more fair fight.
No, the Lords in Black. Yeah,
they did not.
Can
They
you
did
imagine
not favor
Gerald
Linda
fighting
and
Tom?
Gerald.
Was ordained.
Gerald and Tom. Can you imagine? Dylan on Dylan.
Yeah. Yeah, and Linda versus Becky. Yeah, but that's
man.
Yeah. Okay.
Another
Well, what do you
universe.
say?
All
What do you
right.
say, Nick?
Tom and Becky.
All right. Let's try and get to because we're trying to get to 415,000 to unlock the next scene, right? That was our goal.
Yeah. But
do we want to
if-
lower that a little bit?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
know.
let's say that we're going to do our read the next scene at maybe 13,500.
Wait, which
13,500.
scenes have you read so far? Which
Thus
scenes have
far,
you read?
we read the first scene of Bottle Imps and the first
Cool.
scene of Miss Halloween.
Halloween.
And we have two
Cool.
more scenes to read from Miss Halloween.
Oh, this is also our This is our sweatshirt, right?
Oh,
Merch?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Everybody, take a look at the Cinderella's Castle sweatshirt. This is what we've received the prototypes, and you can take a look at. There you go. They're also. Are they comfy?
Literally so comfy that you can see. Here, watch this.
You can see the comfy.
Look at this is soft. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
What's in there? You're welcome. It's smart.
in there.
I love the colors.
Yeah, I just really sat on Wiggly right on top.
So this is so you can actually get these sweatshirts. They're one of the prizes on the Cinderella's Castle Kickstarter campaign. That's the whole reason that we're doing this stream is to try and raise funds for that show. So if you can and you want one of those sweatshirts, you can go over to the Kickstarter page right now and you can pledge. I think it's the $150 tier. You can pledge $150 and you get this sweatshirt plus all of the other great prizes that are included in that tier. And we've also crossed 6,000 backers on the campaign. So congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much. So this one, we're kind of, we were slacking a little bit, but let's say that when we get to 412 500.
Let's do 400, and Tom and Becky can pull through.
And Tom and Becky can pull through. Otherwise, Sam and Charlotte are going to do the same thing that they did with Linda and Gerald, and they will win because
it's already passed. You already passed it.
Oh, they did it.
Okay, they did it. Great.
Don't do that.
All right, great. So, Matt, how have Tom and Becky pulled through in this fight against Sam and Charlotte?
Okay. So it's things are looking grim. The Lord with and so who else is at Pizza Pete's is Hannah playing games. She sees this violence, and she has become violent herself. She says, "My sister and her boyfriend were beaten to death. I won't stand for this." She uses her psychic powers to lift Charlotte and Sam into the air and just twists their bodies apart.
Rock and roll.
And because she loves Tom and Becky, because she can see another reality where they were close.
Yeah.
So she will save them.
So Hannah came in to help Tom and Becky pull through. Charlotte and Sam have been defeated. Tom and Becky advance to the next round. All right.
Beautiful.
Here we go. This is a big one, okay? This is Steph and Pete versus Grace and Max. Matt, why are they all fighting?
All right.
Yeah.
This battle takes place at Perky's Buds. Grace has dragged Max there to protest it, and Steph has dragged Pete there to buy some weed. Grace says, "I can't let you endanger your soul, Steph, and
I have to kill you.
It's better if you just die now. You can die clean and go to heaven." And it's on.
You guys haven't had sex yet. You've only maybe smoked weed. I can save you. Right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we're actually going to make this hard on you guys, okay? Because we're trying to get to 413 500. You have, let's give everybody 5 minutes to raise $1,000. So if you want Max and Grace to advance, you have to raise $1,000 in the next
in 5
minutes, or else Steph and Pete are going to pull through.
Wow.
Okay. The clock has started.
The clock has started.
I think,
God.
here's the thing. And Grace and Max are an item at this point.
Yeah.
They're maybe.
United.
Maybe there's a flirtation going on. Maybe Grace is leading him on a little bit, and he's just putting in the work.
That can cause some distraction.
Yes, for Max and Grace.
That can cause some sort of, when you put in some weed and the sexual chemistry of them in there.
Those two are
cause some distraction.
It's less than $400
away.
Less than
Max just murdered 2 adults in the previous round.
We're $300 away.
While he was wounded. It's not even close. He kills a couple kids like that.
Yeah, it's
okay.
I mean, with the help of Lumberlax,
In this scenario, has everybody been smoking weed?
Okay,
or no?
they did it.
Yeah.
They did it.
No doubt.
What? The Lords in Black have already raised over $1,000. How long did it take them to raise that money, Matt?
1 minute.
What was it supposed to be?
It was supposed to be 413 500. They've now surpassed it by $257.
Though, guys. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
All right. So
Jim gets another
Interesting.
Jim's getting an
You horny little fucks.
Yeah. What do you tell them?
all right, there you go. Matt, how do Grace and Max murder Steph and Pete in this scenario?
Well, I think that it's not necessary. I think Max just does them both then. But I would say if it was the other way, what do you think, Nick?
Okay, what I think happens in this fight, I think that if we're trying to say that Steph and Pete stand a chance, it really is because Max is going like, I won't hit Steph. I can't do that. I can't hit a girl. And he doesn't want to hit her. Then the commotion of the fight causes a ruckus inside the Perky's Buds farmhouse. Who comes out, guns ablazing, saying, "Get off my property!"
No.
Is Ziggs. Ziggs comes out, shooting. Shoots at the intruders, misses every single shot. Ziggs doesn't hit a single thing, but who is then disturbed and swoops down in for the kill to peck Steph and Pete to bloody bits are the Hatchetfield Nighthawks, who say, "No, you can't buy that weed. It's all ours." The Nighthawks sweep down, and they sense a kinship, and Max sees this and says, "Nighthawks. Hell yeah!"
Hell
Yeah.
Is Max a ghost at this point too?
No, he's just a boy.
Oh.
He's just
all right.
Just a man.
Okay, Steph and Pete were ripped apart by the Nighthawks.
Cool.
That is
That's
have
great.
implications in the next few rounds.
And so that then takes us into what will be our semi-final round, which will be Paul and Emma versus Ted and Higgins, and Tom and Becky versus Grace and Max. So that will be coming up.
Adult versus kids.
Yeah, this one's easy.
All right. So that when we come back to the death match, but
I think we already reached the goal for the next Miss Halloween scene.
Yes, we have reached the goal.
We can do that, but we also have animatics as well.
So I think before we read our next Miss Holloway scene, we are going to take a look at. We have 2 animatics that were created. John, do you want to talk a little bit about these animatics?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think maybe first we'll play. I think first we'll play the cool reprise.
Awesome. So, the cool reprise was animated by Nicole Rodriguez, and it's just really beautiful. It's a fan animation. Nicole Rodriguez, Schnickles on Instagram and Twitter, also did the designs for all the stickers that you see in the add-on pack. So yeah, they're very, very talented, and it's a really cool animatic.
All right. So I hope everyone enjoys. This is going to be an animatic for The Coolest I Think I Am reprise from Nerdy Prudes Must Die.
Sick.
Here we go.
One of us has to die. And not just to save the other, to save everyone. Let me do it. You could call this luck. That's my perspective. One of us is in love. Doesn't take a detective. I can't shoot you. Let me be cool this time. Let me take the bullet. Is it really a crime if you get to live your life to the fullest?
What do you think you're doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
What if you are wrong?
If I am wrong?
What if I should go?
Get to live on.
If I really, really did love you, you'd have to say,
I know.
you're not as cool as you think you are,
but you're as smart as I know you are.
If I loved you,
if I can finally,
if I loved you, I would show it. If I, and if I finally break the rules,
I would know that you have to do it. If I loved you, you would know it. If I loved you, I couldn't show it. If I loved you like you should be loved, loved you more than the stars above, loved you like I could have. Whoa, I'd have to let you go.
I'd have to let you go.
I'd have to let you. Hey, Steph. If things were different, would you want to go to homecoming with me?
I'd like that, Pete. I'd really like that.
Cool. I'm ready.
I never wanted you anyway.
There you go.
I bet you feel real bad about killing those
About
guys.
killing them in the death match.
Bet you feel
Absolutely.
real bad about that.
Follow
Yeah.
Nicole Rodriguez.
Yes,
So
Nicole
good.
Rodriguez, thank you so much for letting us play this amazing
God.
animatic.
I'll put their
It, yeah, you can put the
Stars at the end.
yeah, you
I saw
can.
that. I saw that.
Was crazy.
Yeah.
We're watching.
Yes, it was really beautiful. And yes, and Steph and Pete, the power couple who were just murdered by Grace and Max,
By birds.
Oh,
pecked
man.
to death by birds.
What a shame.
What a
What
shame.
a shame.
They survived that whole endeavor, sang that whole song, only to be pecked to death
Only
by
to go
birds.
like only to survive and go, let's go get some weed. Let's celebrate by getting some weed. And then
getting
and then
pecked to
they
death.
yeah.
They die.
I bet you
Um,
feel real bad.
Great. Okay, so but right now we actually have another scene to read. So we are going to read the next scene of Miss Halloween. This is not the next scene in the order of the show, but it's the next scene that we're going to read. Here, 1 second. Let me just.
Yeah, we're not reading every scene. It's just this chronologically happens. This is a few scenes later, and it takes place in Miss Retros, and not much has happened in the story. Basically, Miss Holloway has regrown her body from when she was in the wood chipper. Now she is back in. She's back in Miss Retros. It's around Halloween time, and we pick up with Brenda. Do you remember Brenda from Nerdy Prudes? One of the cheerleaders. She now works in Miss Retros as a waitress.
I'm reading for Brenda today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bryce is not here, so Mariah is going to read for Brenda. We have Joey reading as well. We also have Kurt and Kim reading. Okay, so let's see what happens in the second scene that we have to read of Miss Halloween. I'm going to add it to the stage. All right, here we go. How's everybody doing? Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Miss Halloween, preview scene 2. The morning rush has hit Miss Retro's throwback diner, and the place is hopping. The teenage waitress, Brenda, hurries from table to table, dropping off hotcakes and pouring coffee. She stops by a booth with 2 old men finishing the last of their breakfast.
Here, let me top you fellas off. Can I get you anything else? No? Thank God.
Brenda wipes sweat from her brow, turns, and comes face to face with the snarling werewolf. Brenda screams and drops her pitcher of coffee. It shatters on the ground. The teenage boy wearing the werewolf mask howls with laughter. The old rubber mask trick. Classic. He pulls off the costume to reveal Tucker, Brenda's boyfriend, bearing his signature shit-eating grin.
Gotcha.
Tucker, you dumb.
Oh, fucker. That's my name. Tucker the fucker.
You scared me.
'Tis the season, biatch.
What is that thing?
Oh, it's not a thing. It's fucking Wolfinator, babe.
Tucker holds up the mask. It's not just any werewolf. It's half wolf, half cyborg, all hero. A mask of the titular character from the Wolfinator film series.
You seriously never seen these movies?
I hate scary stuff.
Then you're going to the wrong cabin this weekend.
We were gonna ride skidoos.
Well, yeah, and roast some marshmallows, get hammered, and watch some fucking Wolfinator. You can hop into my sleeping bag if you get scared.
I'm at work, dumbass.
She punches his arm as Miss Holloway appears, mop in hand.
We got a spill over here.
Sorry, it was an accident.
It didn't look like an accident.
Miss Holloway hands the mop to the prankster.
Here you go, Tucker.
Seriously?
As Tucker half-heartedly wipes down the floor, Miss Holloway pulls Brenda behind the counter.
Brenda, what's he doing here? I thought we moved on from Tucker the fucker.
I know. I'm weak. But he's really sweet sometimes.
They're all sweet sometimes. What happened to Kyle?
College happened to Kyle.
Brenda slumps onto the counter, putting her head in her hands.
Why didn't anyone tell me to study instead of party?
I think somebody did.
Well, it wasn't properly explained to me that decisions I made as a teenager would affect the rest of my life.
Funny, those sound like someone's exact words. Whose was it?
You know, Stacy's dad got her into Vassar. Vassar?
Vassar.
Jesus. But she would say it like Vassar.
Vassar.
Did you know Stacy's dad got her into Vassar? And she's even dumber than me. See? So how she would
You're
say.
not dumb, Brenda.
Just broke with no future. I'm going to be stuck working at Miss Retros forever. No offense.
Okay, I understand.
Do you?
You think I wanted to end up in Hatchetfield, Michigan? I had a whole life out there, and I loved it. But sometimes you get trapped for a long, long time. I promise you, you will find something that gives your life meaning, no matter where you are. People that give it meaning.
All my people left.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Brenda throws her arms around Miss Holloway. They pull apart from the hug. Miss Holloway smiles.
And if you're going to be stuck anywhere, you might as well be here.
Oh.
She motions to the diner decked out in retro memorabilia.
Because the 80s were bitchin', and it was all downhill from here. From there.
Brenda forces a grin and heads back to work. The bell on the entrance door rings. Miss Holloway's face brightens as Douglas Keene, a.k.a. Duke, walks in.
Well, hiya, Duke.
Hello, Miss Holloway.
Long time no see, stranger.
Yeah. Guess it's been a minute.
You know, I really could have used a big, strong man last night.
What?
To help
What?
on a case. But someone's been playing hooky. How you gonna make it up to me?
Oh, I don't know.
Is something wrong, Duke?
No. Nothing's wrong. Everything's great. I'm very happy.
Could have fooled me.
Look, I'm gonna come right out and ask. Did you get the email?
The email.
I sent it 2 months ago to the account I helped you set up.
Oh, that World Wide Web thing? Duke, I don't do the intranet.
You have to check it to see so people can reach you.
If it's really important, they'll send me a letter.
Yeah, I figured as much, so here.
Duke removes an envelope from his back pocket and hands it to Miss Holloway.
What's this?
An invitation.
Oh, I love parties.
Yeah, I know.
She opens the envelope and begins to read.
You're cordially invited to help celebrate Douglas and Abigail. Abigail? She's still around, Miss Meh. That's what you called her.
No, that's what you called her.
Well, I'm not wrong.
She happens to be very interesting and smart and well, like the card says, we're getting married.
But you just met.
A year ago.
Has it been that long?
And since you refuse to use the internet, I need an RSVP. So what'll it be? The chicken or the fish?
You know what? This is a bad time. I got omelets to make. And I've got my omelets to make.
Miss Holloway turns on her heels and retreats through the saloon doors to the kitchen in the back. Duke follows her.
Okay, now what's got you upset?
I'm not upset. I'm busy.
No congratulations, Duke. I wish you all the best.
Congratulations, Duke. I wish you all the best.
I don't believe your congratulations. You don't wish me all the best, and it's not fair.
Miss Holloway rounds on Duke, her cheeks flush and temper flaring.
You want the truth, Duke?
Yes, I would.
I think you can do better. You're settling for Miss Meh. You're gonna be Mr. Meh, and I'm not happy about it.
I could do better? With who? Do you have someone in mind?
No.
She turns to leave, but Duke catches her by the wrist. He softens.
I lost track of how many times I asked you. I followed you on I don't know how many cases, and the whole time I never knew where we stood. Whenever I felt like I knew you better than anyone, I remembered I don't even know her first name.
Why should that matter?
It does, and you know it.
He drops her hand and backs away.
Drops her hand.
So yeah, Abigail's not some witchy do-gooder, but when the crazy nights are over, she sticks around. So you don't get to call her May, okay?
Okay. Anything else?
Duke sighs. He heads for the saloon doors, but hesitates.
What was stopping us? Can you just tell me so I can move on with my life?
I could. But you wouldn't remember.
Of course. Look, I can't go on cases with you anymore. If I hear about any kids who need help, I'll shoot you an email.
Duke.
You think I was going to wait around forever? I'm going to be 40 soon. I don't have all the time in the world.
Lucky you.
Duke pushes through the saloon doors, leaving Miss Holloway all alone.
Yeah.
To be continued.
This is a pretty bad time to announce that Kurt and Kim are getting divorced.
Kim, your camera's frozen.
Kim,
Oh,
that's
time.
no shit.
He's stuck in time forever.
Oh my god,
We can hear you.
I'm so exhausted.
All right, so there you go. That was and that was a scene from
Are they
that
both?
was-
No, Joey's alive.
That was a scene from Miss Halloween. So you can see Duke and Miss Holloway. There's a little bit of drama going on there.
Yeah,
I love these two. I love the scenes you guys write, but they're so good. Oh, they're so good.
That was heart-wrenching. Yeah. I'm Team Duke on this one. It's like Miss Holloway.
Yeah, what the hell?
Miss
You know?
Holloway, you gotta
Yeah.
cut it. Yeah.
Now that Kim's not here, let's just talk about Duke. Duke,
She has her reason. Cut him loose. There's a reason.
You know,
can't
Miss
help
Holloway has reasons.
Why is
It's
there
like
confetti?
Superman and Lois Lane or Spider-Man and Mary Jane. You know, it's like the superhero has a tough time committing because she's got super things that she needs to do, and there's stuff about her life that Duke doesn't understand that he could never understand. So it's a difficult situation because yes, she does kind of lead him on a little bit, and so Duke is justified in being angry, but she also has her reasons for doing what she's doing. So it's a sad thing.
Yeah, but we've got one more scene from Miss Halloween so we can see what else they're doing in the story.
Yes. It's a good one.
And yes, it's a good one. It's a good scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably it's certainly the longest scene out of all of them, and it's probably the most coming up. The last one we have to read is long and probably the most consequential part of the story. It's when the big turn happens.
Yes.
And someone's like, are they actually getting divorced? No, they're not getting divorced.
No, no. Kurt and Kim are not getting divorced.
Oh, they're the happiest people.
All right, but you know what we're doing? We're moving on to the next round. Yes, Matt.
Also, we should probably keep an eye. Probably Kim will be back. It looked like she had a bad connection, and
she's restarting right now. So.
Okay,
great. Okay, great, wonderful. So we'll keep an eye out for that, and let's move on to the next round of the Hatchetfield Death-Match 2.
Virginity!
But they're dead. So when do we
From
unlock
beyond
the
the
next
grave?
scene? When do we unlock the next scene again?
We're unlocking the next scene. Really, we wanted to unlock the next scene. What do you think, Matt? We were maybe going to do it at 4:20. But
yeah. Let's see how we're doing. Let's maybe we did this one a little earlier, so maybe if we did the next one at like 4:17, 18, what do you think?
Let's do 4:18. So 418,000 is when you unlock the final scene. So if we reach it, if we don't reach it, then we won't even read that last scene. So there, I guess we'll
Bully
find out.
for you.
Okay, but anyway, let's continue with the death match. We are on to
Final Four.
We're on to the semi-final round.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to this game.
All right, here we go. So,
Is it gonna be like this NBC one? Oh, NBC.
so our first matchup here is going to be Paul and Emma versus Ted and Higgins.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. Not close at all.
It's not close at all, so make the right choice.
So I mean, obviously. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
Hello.
So Matt, let's first give a little bit of context. Matt, where are these
Where's
people
this
and why
happening?
are they fighting?
Okay, this fight takes place in the CCRP building.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, what would they be fighting about? I don't know. Maybe
I think that Ted has smuggled Higgins in, and they're stealing lab equipment to go in some harebrained scheme. Emma is coming to meet Paul for a date that they have. Paul is closing up. He's shutting off his computer. They hear rustling. Paul, the company man, says, "Hey, Emma, did you hear that? Let's go investigate." And they find Ted and Higgins in the process of stealing some very expensive lab equipment. And they say, "Hey, you need to stop right there." Ted says, "Get out of here, Paul." And then Higgins says, "Ted, we have to kill them. I don't care if they're your friends. They've seen us. They must die."
And it's on.
And it's on. All right. And we got Kim back.
Oh, there she is.
I do love that.
I think
I want Ted and
because
Higgins
we're in
too.
the CCRP, the Lords of Black are already involved. And
Yeah.
they're wanting. They're behind Ted and Higgins being there, so they want them to.
They're
win.
having.
They're
Yeah,
already,
but
like,
all right
they're
now
already
let's think
playing.
about this. Let's think about that.
Sit down.
When a guy
Lost the
speaks,
last
can a
round.
man speak?
No.
Sorry, guys. I
just
think
wanna
we're
talk.
having a
No,
little
yeah.
trouble hearing the party house right now.
Yeah, we gotta.
Oh, are you? Is there chaos happening? Some of us are wrong and many of us are right.
Wait, Corey, what's your opinion?
Sorry, I thought we were
Wait,
living in
Corey.
America.
Oh, hey, Corey. What are you
Corey,
saying?
what's your opinion?
Take a turn.
Yeah, Corey.
I already said it.
No, go ahead.
No,
Okay, listen, because
Wanted to
because
talk.
we're at the CCRP, right? Which we think is also kind of the home / like base of the Lords in Black. I think they've got Ted and Higgins there as their puppets to do something.
They're on a mission.
So they're on a mission or something. So then Paul and Emma are coming in and they're interrupting the goody two shoes that they are.
Yeah.
And so the Lords in Black are already on Ted and Higgins' side trying to get Paul and Emma out of there.
I
There's
agree.
no motive for Paul.
So
Yeah.
yes.
Kill him.
Kill
So
him.
really it's Lords in Black and Ted and Higgins plus against Paul and Emma.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We're kind of already assuming what the audience is gonna, because the audience is playing the Lords in Black, so it's really they're the ones who get to decide who they have favored.
Well, here's the thing too. The money's going, so you have to set what this goal is, so that people know what they're pumping.
Okay.
The
So
dough
we were
in for.
so we were trying to. It's got to be at 416
Yeah.
416,000. There are only
Okay.
2 fights in this round. So if you want to if you want to do something, it's looking like a lot of people are talking about Ted and Higgins trying to win. And which is really something. I think
They
that
wanted
if
to
you
fight
want
Grace and Matt.
So what is it?
You know?
416 and how many minutes?
in
416 and
416
wins.
Yeah, 416 and Paul and Emma.
416 and let's
20 minutes.
Not 20 minutes. Matt, what do we think? Do we think like 5 minutes or something?
I already started the clock. So let's say what, 4 minutes?
Wait, who
do
wins?
4-5.
Who wins?
Here, let's restart the clock and give people a full 5 minutes. I think that it seems like a lot of our people are leaning towards Ted and Higgins pulling through and beating Paul and Emma.
Yes.
But
What do you think, Nick and Matt?
I think that Paul and Emma are going to win this fight if the Lords in Black do not intervene and raise 400 and get the total up to 416,000. If
I
that
do
doesn't
think Paul
happen,
and Emma have actual teamwork. You know, I think the only thing Higgins and Ted are looking out for are themselves.
Which is powerful sometimes.
Which is powerful.
With the Lords in Black,
The
it's
will to
powerful,
want,
but not-
the will to want to survive is a fucking tricky thing, because you you could just be like, I will do anything to survive, but also put yourself in situations these characters find themselves in a lot, which is like they're just fucked, they're dead.
Yes, I do think that that Ted and Higgins are a dysfunctional pair. They definitely bicker amongst themselves. This gives Paul and Emma the upper hand, who are a cohesive unit. I think that Paul and Emma also have the force of good on their side.
John, shut up.
They are a force of good. Ted and Higgins are a force of chaos and evil. So
Listen, here's the counter argument. Teamwork, schmeamwork. Thank you. Thank you.
The other thing is, does Ted know that Pete died from birds?
No, he hasn't figured it out yet. Ted couldn't care less.
I'm saying he's being censored.
John is fucking fine.
John, what's going on?
Fucking argument.
I think he's being censored.
I have a clear argument for Paul and Emma, and I am being silenced over here. I tried.
John, it's
I'm
your.
not dead. We killed. Listen, Mustache. Let me talk from and get an argument out.
Mustache.
All right.
Go
Okay.
on.
All right. All right.
Matt,
so
how
that's my
long does John have to make this argument?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
All right, I'll do it in 30 seconds. Here's my argument. I don't think Ted pays attention at work. He doesn't know the layout of the CCRP. And I think Paul
Ted hasn't
knows
done
it
a
very, very
single
well.
day's
Wait a minute, let me
work
finish.
in
Let me
his
finish.
life.
I think Paul knows it very, very well. And he knows what's in the closets. He knows what weapons to use. He's going to have a very, very a clear advantage at CCRP. Meanwhile,
You know what, John?
Emma is a killer, and she will kill. Hitchens,
You know what?
Hitchens doesn't want to kill Emma because Emma's the best student.
You're overthinking it.
John, I will tell you, if you're talking about knowing the layout of the building, Paul is at work. Ted is constantly leaving his office, leaving his desk, finding places to go and,
He's wandering around.
try and hook up with Charlotte.
He's just
Paul
John.
thinks fucking
He
King
is
Revolution.
John. Ted is gooning all over this office. He literally has he knows all the spots. He knows where to hide and get on his phone so no one can see him. He knows where all the fucking
Wait, it really is up to the Lords in Black, though. It's really up to the Lords in Black. Matt, how much longer? They've got a little less than 300.
They got a minute. They got a minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, minute and 30 seconds to save Ted and Hitchens.
Save your lore. Save your lore.
That's 289.
Fight for your lore, damn right. Fine, fight for your lore. It's canon.
289. Really exciting. I'll keep doing the math.
So,
Come on.
229.
Come on. Get one of these sweats. Get one of these songs.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. If you want
Yeah.
Ted and Hitchens to pull through,
You can be
go
heard.
get a sweatshirt. They're so
line.
soft and beautiful. You know,
Yeah.
add
Did you get
the add-on
stickers?
pack. Get the stickers.
Did you
the
get? Yeah.
pin.
Did you get stickers
Oh my God,
and
they
pins?
did it.
Fucking
They did it.
Ted.
Oh, they did it.
Wow, Ted and Hitchens.
How much
Hey,
time
great
did
job,
they
everybody.
have to spare?
Great job, everybody. All the food is going to be poisoned next week. So thanks a lot.
Matt, how much time did they have to spare?
Oh, they had about a minute to spare.
Okay, good job. So
That's
Ted-
what we want from these fights, though. You know, we want it to come down to the wire.
Okay, Matt, you want to talk a little bit about how Ted and Hitchens have won this fight?
Okay. I think they're running all over. They're running all over the building. They're going from elevator to the elevator, going to this building, that building, and then they fall down a trap door or whatever, and they get into the bowels, the deep bowels of the laboratories in CCRP. They tumble through a doorway, and they come into this giant golden room, and on a pedestal, floating on the pedestal, is a golden box. And it's this beautiful golden box. Paul and Emma see it, and they say, "It's beautiful." And they say, I think I can hear the voice of my dead father from it. And Paul thinks he can hear the cry of the baby that he and Emma may one day have. They go towards the box and they reach towards it, and then they blip out of existence and are sucked into the box and disappear.
Yeah.
And
Where did they go? This is canon.
Paul and Emma
Canon,
are
everybody.
sucked into the bastard's box.
Wow.
And Ted says something inside of Ted. Hitchens thinks he can hear working boys, the sound of working boys coming from the box. Hitchens reaches for it, and Ted says, "Something's telling me don't touch it."
Yep.
And Ted saves Hitchens.
He goes, Hitch. Stay away.
No.
from that.
Yeah, he grabs Hitch. It's like Last Crusade where he hears it and says, "Working boys, it's happening in the box." He says, "Hitch, let it go."
Let it go.
Yeah.
It's all part of
and he has to
Tinky's
turn
plan
away.
to isolate Ted and to get him to the final round so he can eventually manipulate him. So Tinky
yeah.
is pulling strings.
Because
There you go.
the
Okay.
thing is, with all these matches, they fought in their world. They fought all the other matches.
Yeah.
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 So
They
they've
killed
just
a lot
been
of
put
people.
through-
They killed-
they've killed a
Yeah,
lot of
they
people.
killed a lot.
All the matches are in the same this
You know?
world, correct?
Yes, because also
Yeah.
remember that zombie working boy is on the loose. Maybe Ted and Hitchens are in the lab trying to look for something that can kill the zombie
the
working
five-headed
boy.
working boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, there we go.
So is this the second? Now we're on to the second match of the semifinals.
Yes, the second match of the semifinals,
that
which
first
is
one's
Tom
a
and
lot.
Becky.
Ooh.
Tom and Becky versus Grace and Max.
This
All
is
right.
fun.
So
Adults
Matt,
versus
do you
kids.
Matt, do
Okay.
you want to talk a little bit about why
Okay,
they're fighting?
here's what I think is happening. It's in the old Whalen house. Grace and Max are pulling up the floorboards to bury the remains of Pete and Steph. Tom and Becky, who are looking to expand their family, are looking to upgrade with a new house. They're going to see the Whalen house. They open the door and walk in on Grace and Max with two dead bodies, and Grace says, "Get him, Max! We're not going to jail." And the fight, and Max says, "What? I can't fight my coach," because Tom's the coach of the Hatchetfield Nighthawks. And Grace says, "I thought you loved me, Max."
Wait,
And
Tom is the coach?
He's the coach of the Nighthawks. Yeah.
Then that settles it. Then Tom and Becky win this.
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
kill
that's-
Coach.
yeah,
You can't kill Coach.
He's
Oh, Grace can kill Coach.
But he's torn.
Yeah.
Where do his loyalties lie? With the Nighthawks or with Grace Chastain?
Grace. This is the ultimate test for Max.
With the Nighthawks.
The
It's the
dilemma.
last
Well,
thing
then
he
it's always
says
Grace,
before
though. He picks Grace
Yeah,
always.
he gets killed.
You gotta give up. You
But
gotta
his
give up the glory. and
his
the
final
great,
words were "Go Nighthawks."
great football
His
career.
His final words were "Go Nighthawks."
He's doing this.
Right,
Going,
but
"Go
why did
Nighthawks!"
he die? Because he chose
But
Grace.
he knows that Grace,
We're loud.
Grace tricked him, so now he knows that. Okay.
Listen.
All right. So anyway, I think that Tom and Becky are going to pull through
Do that.
and win this fight unless Grace and Max are helped by the Lords in Black. Because again, Tom is an ex-soldier. Becky knows everything about the human body. They are two adults. They are level-headed. Grace and Max are frantic. They are evil. They are burying bodies. They're doing all this stuff. The Grace and Max will need the Lords in Black's help in order to survive this bout.
Yeah.
So, let's give people a few minutes. How many minutes, Matt? Like 5 minutes?
About another 5, yeah.
5 minutes on the
5
clock
minutes?
to get it to 418,000.
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
it's
Wow.
Gen Z versus millennials. Let's
Yeah,
do
it
this.
is.
Yes.
Gen Z versus millennials.
In the
Yeah.
Bible,
To finally decide who is better, Gen Z or
And I think
millennials.
this is it. This is the moment where we figure this out.
Now the world
We're
is
gonna
done.
take over the world.
All right. So
The
let's
money
see if the
they
Lords
win
in Black care
comes
to
to
save
Max.
Grace and Max from
Because
this.
Coach. Yeah.
in this
Two of their
scenario.
most powerful agents.
Yeah, they
Yes.
are. They
Yeah.
care about Grace and Max, I feel, because they do a lot of work for them.
The Lords in
Yeah,
Black
but also-
clearly love Grace and Max.
Yeah.
But I think the
Whoa.
thing is
Big old
like,
jump.
but if they are powerful, but in these fights, what I think it's worth it to explore. What do the Lords in Black actually want out of people? Do they want to
Entertainment,
see
right?
them
Aren't
all
they bored?
suffer? Do they
I know they're
want
bored.
like people to? Do they want to be like we're putting these people through horrible games to like play game? They're like little chess pieces. So it's like,
Yeah.
do they want to torture Becky and Tom again and again the way they have? Like Becky being this kind of force.
I think
Grace and Max
you know,
are fighting back.
They're
They
about
are.
to advance here.
They're
I
about
think-
to take over Tom and Becky.
I think that in ways Grace and Max, the Lords in Black also like to toy with them, you know? It's like
Mhm.
Grace and
Push
Max
them
are
to their limits.
Grace and Max are two people that go out into the world and cause chaos. And I think that this pleases the Lords in Black. Whereas Tom and Becky are, I think the Lords in Black say they're boring
Yes.
Yeah.
because they're too
They're
good.
too good.
Yeah. They're
Sure.
awful
Right.
good. Yeah.
We're less than $100 away.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wait, no. Wait,
83.
no.
Oh, it's been pulled.
Somebody pulled.
Oh,
no,
wow.
somebody pulled. We're now
People are
like
pulling.
$1,000. We're now like $1,000 away.
Huge rug pull. That was a huge rug.
We're
All right.
Wow.
This means something to
Is this
people.
crypto? Is this a
This
crypto song?
means something to people.
How much time do we have,
Send
Matt?
your Bitcoin.
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
All right, we got 2
Wow.
minutes and 40 seconds. There was a huge rug pull. Somebody
I think
pulled like
Grayson Max is a meme coin.
$800.
It's a meme coin.
$848.
Yeah.
Wow.
$823.
And they'll put it back for their next person. You know, they everyone's got something.
Wow. Somebody
got someone in the
wow.
next fight.
Huge
You know.
stock fall.
Wow.
I like the
Wow.
representation.
They did it. They may have thrown the fight.
Yeah, somebody may have thrown the fight by pulling.
And honestly,
Clearly,
respect.
Oh, we were almost there, and then it was pulled.
Yeah.
Wow,
One
somebody
very
was really going for
powerful-
Tom Becky, huh?
one very powerful Lord in Black pulled funding
Yeah.
from Grayson Max.
Wait, how much money did they
Do we think
pull?
Webby?
Wait,
Webby
wait.
came in and Webby went, I'm taking out my $800.
Somebody pulled like $800.
Back, please?
No,
He
well,
just,
they'll do
he
it in the
just
next
took
fight.
away one of Kim's arms.
They're saving it, but they're saving it for the next fight. You
How
know?
much time we got?
How much
Webby
time do we
threw the
have,
fight.
Matt?
Uh-oh. Let me check.
$658 left.
A minute and 30 seconds.
A minute and 30
It's only been
seconds to
30
raise
seconds?
a little under $800.
Man,
Wow.
I think Grace and
Oh,
Max
yeah.
are right about to get robbed.
That's
Okay,
close again.
a little less than 500. A little less than 500 now.
So intense.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Wow.
Uh-oh. We're going
That
into
was
the
something.
And
one
also
minute.
remember, when we get to 425, we are releasing Nerdy.
Yes. Working boys.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
Working Boys.
When we reach our Obsidian
coming out on YouTube.
budget of $425,000, we will be releasing Working Boys on YouTube.
That's so exciting.
Okay,
That's
so
fun. That'll be fun to watch.
Okay, less than a minute. We got 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
really
Okay,
$205.
and two about.
Oh,
All right, a little less than $200. A little less than $200.
Okay.
Oh, $80.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Okay,
30 seconds.
$70 away.
Matt, you gotta count down. You gotta count down. Great.
Okay, where are we at the countdown, Matt?
20 seconds.
Okay,
Oh,
let's count.
25.
Okay, we got four. All right, $5.
Okay, 10, 9,
9,
8,
8. Oh, they did it.
7. Oh, wow. Down to the wire.
Wow, they really did it.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who did they summon?
It was all right. So they did it. Grace and Max pulled through. Oh wait, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. It just dropped back down.
Oh no.
No, Will.
Oh, it dropped. It dropped.
It dropped back down. Grace and Max just died.
Oh no.
Millennials for the win.
Will, I am so sorry that we timed this horribly.
Oh no.
Hello, hi everybody.
Oh my god, did we win or did we lose?
Here's
the trick. No one truly dies in the Wayland house.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Everyone, please welcome Will Branner. Will, how are you doing?
My friends. Oh my gosh. Like the party house people. Hey team,
Look
how's
at
it
this
going?
guy.
Yeah, like, I wore my merch, my favorite shirt.
Yes.
Dressed
Look at
up.
this guy.
Nice.
Wait,
Will,
so did
how-
Max and Grace win or did we lose?
No, Max and Grace just lost because somebody pulled $200 right in the last
Oh my
second.
god. What a tragedy. What a
So that
tragedy.
fucking sucks.
Is it over again? Is it over
It
again?
sucks. It sucks.
It's
Well,
over
it's
now,
just
but it
about-
doesn't.
It's over now. But somebody pulled their funding right in the last 5 seconds.
So Becky and
and-
Tom plunged the dagger into.
Well,
Max's
It's okay.
throat.
It's okay.
Matt, how do Tom and Becky pull through in this fight? I think Matt's having some problem with his headphones. Basically, what happens is Grace and Max are right about to win. They're right about to do it, and then there's a groaning in the floorboards. Suddenly, the staircase gives out beneath Grace and Max, and they fall through the floor. They fall stories. Pieces of wood shoved through their chests, and they both are killed. Tom and Becky have survived.
They die together, holding each other.
Wow.
Beautiful.
But also keep this in mind. Nothing truly dies in the Wayland house. Grace and Max become ghosts, and they're off doing whatever, but they are no longer involved in the tournament.
Darn, we lived
Wow.
on.
Tom and Becky live to go on to the final round.
It's okay.
Wow.
Tom's my
Battle of
favorite
the
character,
millennials.
so it's all good.
What an upset.
I'm glad
Wow.
for Tom and Becky, but sad for our budget.
That was high drama.
No, someone's using that cash in the next round. They're putting that back. They're holding off for whoever they want in this.
Tom and Becky deserve a happy ending. Bless them.
Yeah,
That's true.
Oh,
Will, how are you, bud?
I'm great. I'm so
Yeah,
happy to
Will.
be here.
We
Just
miss
finished,
you.
just finished the show, so I'm like all showered and but excited to make
Hell
it.
yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
Fresh off a Broadway stage.
Yeah,
Fresh.
Will, how's it going on Broadway?
It's good. I was George McFly this afternoon, so I was
Wow.
which is nice. It's the opposite of Max, so we like to balance it out. So it's good. You know,
Love
it's like
that.
nice to have some
feet on the
things. But no, the show's fun. There's been so many StarKid fans like coming through the show recently. Like being at the stage door is like it's I see all the merch and the people bringing their wigglies, and it's cool. So it's nice to meet everybody unofficially there too as well. But yeah.
Wow.
Life is good. I cannot complain. We're having a great time here in New York.
That's
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here and for doing this. Hey, do we all want to watch a fun animatic?
Oh God, Will, this is you. This is for you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm excited.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're
all right.
gonna
do
your
you know
fan.
anything about this?
No, I have no idea.
Oh,
All right.
man, this is gonna blow your fucking mind.
Oh
All right,
wait, I can't wait. I can't wait.
All right, John, you want to tell us a little bit about this next animatic that we've got in the works?
Happily, this animatic was made by Meg Lloyd.
Yeah.
She designed the pins in the add-on pack, and she's an amazing animator.
She did the black book.
She also did the Black Book, which
Yes.
you can see.
She
which is
created
great.
this black book. She did all the pictures that are in here and
Incredibly
everything.
detailed,
Oh my
month
God.
of work. She wanted me to set this up as like this is still a work in progress. She's going to be animating the entire song. So please follow Meg Lloyd Third Child Art on Instagram. It's pretty fucking cool. So
All
here
right.
it is.
So this is an animatic that Meg has made for a section of the song Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Here we go.
Nerdy Prudes must die! Nerdy Prudes must die! Everybody cool watch those nerds meet their damn mice. Cleansing of your kind, expose the bloody lie. Nerdy Prudes watch me spawn and prey upon you anti-social. I want you to repeat after me. Okay. Who will pray for me? Who will pray for me? When I'm gone. When I'm gone. Or until another Richie comes along. Can you repeat that one? Who will pray for me? When I'm gone. Or is it the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you? When your body's gone. This is the consequence of what you've done. What did you say?
Oh
my
God. Crazy.
What the heck?
All
The
right.
skeleton face is so fucking crazy.
Incredible.
Man, you went hard.
Awesome.
That's cool. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So Meg made that animatic. She's an amazing artist. She an animator. Thank you so much, Meg, for letting us play it on the stream. I think is really awesome.
It's amazing.
No, that was amazing.
There is a like a frame at the end of that animatic that you can only see if you probably watch this stream again and like pause, but it's like one frame and it's like Will's or Max's face, just like this giant fucking like nightmare monster.
Yeah.
It's very, very cool. If we go back and watch it, it's fucking so detailed.
These are both animatics are just incredible.
Yeah, they really are.
My God.
Yeah. Yes, they're really something. Great. So so Will, we've been hanging out. We've been talking about this death match. I was sure that Max and Grace were gonna win. I was absolutely sure that they were gonna win.
Listen, Tom and Becky are two of my favorite characters, so if we got to get beat, it's all good.
It was Will that pulled the $800.
Yeah, it was my $800. I was like, I can't do it.
That Broadway money, he said, psych.
That's right. I pulled it out. No, everything you guys have been doing is so cool. Oh my gosh, I've been just following along every live stream, and like I'm so excited for Cinderella's Castle. I think it's gonna be. I remember Nick, you talking about all the puppets and stuff. There were whispers of what the next project might be while we were in LA, and I was it's cool to see it come to life because you were just, oh, it's gonna be puppets. I'm like, oh yeah, no, cool, yeah. And to see the actual puppets and stuff, yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. So congrats already.
Hey, Will, can you tell us a cool Broadway story?
Ooh, cool.
Will,
okay.
Will, is Sabaro as good as everyone says it is?
Okay, so here's the cool thing we do on Broadway. I kind of started it. It's called Sauce Saturdays. And before kind of the mega mix bow at the end, if you're familiar with the show Hot Ones, I got the full spectrum of Hot Ones sauces for Christmas. So we take a Da Bomb chicken wing and we all eat it before the mega mix at the end, and everyone is just pouring sweat down their face
And everyone just had
while trying to dance and like be like, oh, back in time, Huey Lewis, and like some people like can't breathe. It's very funny, and I thought I was gonna get in a lot of trouble because our conductor came up one day and was like, I heard about Soft Saturday, and I was like, oh goodness, here it goes. He was like, I want in. And so we hosted
Will,
the
you're
entire
changing
Soft.
Broadway.
I know.
Anything
It's like
goes.
some things never change.
Has anyone had like explosive diarrhea in the final number?
No, there's a couple people like tears pouring down their face, saliva coming out of their mouth, like trying to take their last bow and run off stage. Yeah,
They're just happy to be there.
That's what the people want, they want to see you sweat and giving your heart and soul into it. So,
people want to see people cry.
That's right. Ultimately, it's what it is. If you're not crying on a stage, it's not, it's not worth it. That's not worth it.
Yeah.
No, totally. But no, it's a great group. I miss you all every day, but we are having some fun at the Winter Garden. So please come through and check us out.
Yeah, everybody. If you can go see Will in Back to the Future.
It's a good one, and shoot me a DM or tag me on something. I love coming to the stage door when I know there's all the StarKid fans are out there. I try and sign every night. It's not always possible, but if I see like a little tag or a little a little message in my DMs, I'm like, okay, there's a StarKid person out there. I make an extra effort.
Will, you're literally like good universe Max Jaegerman. You're like,
we're trying to
on side, dude.
Yeah,
on stage. Let's all take the sauce, guys, and then
I feel like when you play these bad parts, you kind of have to come in and be like, hey, I mean well, like we're about to do some evil stuff, but I promise I'm really nice. Like you can always talk to me, So even playing Biff here, like when I play Biff, there's a lot of Max and Biff. According to some of the StarKids who've seen StarKid fans who like come to the show, they're like, "You're just doing Max Jaegerman." I'm like, "Yeah, pretty much." So Max lives on when I get to go on for Biff, which is really nice. But yeah. Got to keep it kind and professional is how we like it over here. So it's good.
Nice.
Well, if you ever want to like be, a little like naughty, you should just be like, "Hey, thanks so much for coming. You want to try one of these wings?" And then
right. I'm at the stage door, like it's Sauce Saturday. Who wants?
Look at this!
They're
It's
really
Sauce Saturday, buddy.
I know.
Please sign this waiver first. Yeah.
So we've got about 20 minutes left on the stream. So why don't we why don't we all together, and Will, I'd love to get your opinion on this. Let's go into the final round of our death match.
Okay.
So here we go. We're moving on to the Hatchetfield Deathmatch 2 final round.
Just run away with me, the light apart Just run away with me, you won't feel so alone. Just run away with me, the light apart
Strongest soldier.
Wow.
Look at that. All right. Here we go.
Here we go. The final round. Ted and Higgins versus Tom and Becky.
Good versus evil. Two pre-world
It is a good versus evil battle.
Yes,
This is a good versus evil battle.
All right, Matt. You
Okay.
want to talk a little bit about this final bout?
Okay, I think that this fight, last fight, takes place in the Starlight Theater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think the two teams are beckoned there for some reason. They have to. They just feel compelled to go. They go into the theater. It's dark. They both wind up on stage. Then all the lights turn on, and in the audience is Wilbur Cross, clapping for them getting this far. But he says only one duo can be the deadliest duo in Hatchetfield. And so he's gonna try. He's going to appear at each of their sides and whisper in each other's ear, or in the contestants' ears. He's gonna whisper in Higgins' ear and say, "Working Boys could be yours. Your show could be on this stage. The only thing the only thing in your way is those two right there." And then he'll appear, but into Tom's ear and whisper into his ear and say, "You see that asshole there, Ted? That asshole Ted? He was driving the car that killed your dog." And so they go,
and he whispers over in Ted's ear, and he says, "Look over there, it's Jenny, and look, she's on the arm of that Tom Houston. Kill him." And then
he whispers in Becky's. They know what you did to Stanley, and they're gonna turn you in, and your life with Tom is gonna fall apart. You gotta kill again, Beck. And so they're all ready. They're raring to go. And Wilbur Cross is in the audience going, "It's showtime." And so the two sides start to fight.
And who do we think
wins?
Well, the question is who wants the thing they're told more?
Yeah, who wants it?
Working boy.
Working, yes. You feel like Higgins' passion to see that through kind of
trumps everything.
Transcends space and time.
It's the greatest want in Hatchetfield. It's the desire to make this thing happen.
All right. Okay. And then
what does Ted want?
Ted, I think Ted magically sees Becky as Jenny, his one true love that he lost in Time Bastard, and he's now been tricked into thinking, "Oh, this is a way I can get her back."
If I kill
So
her
Ted won't kill Becky. He'll only kill Becky.
He'll kill Tom.
Okay. One of them killed his dog. Okay.
He goes, "That guy stole my girlfriend."
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Wow,
Right.
interesting.
I think Higgins is the most unhinged of all of them. That he would be
Higgins
enough.
doesn't hesitate.
Yeah, he would there's like no remorse. He would just go full.
Yeah. There's no moral check.
Yeah.
And he has the single greatest purpose in all of Hatchetfield.
He's
driven by singular purpose.
Starlight, the play is within reach.
Yeah, he's on the stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also beyond the logic of this, like just give this to Ted, okay? He needs this. He really needs this. This guy's been through fucking hell. This guy is constantly getting the short end. Just give him looks. Just fucking give him this, okay?
All right. I think we're all swaying one way or the other, but it's now going to come up to the Lords in Black. Let's set a total that they need to reach. Do we want to say 420?
Yeah.
Do we want to
We'll
say
all take a
420,
giant
Matt?
rip of a bomb. Write it down.
Matt?
Sauce Saturday. 420 for
Yeah,
who
Sauce
to
Saturday.
win.
Sauce Saturday.
Matt, can you hear me?
420 for who to win.
Matt? All right, we're going to set it at 420.
I'm having headphone issues. They're just they're running out of batteries, even though I charged them.
Okay, Matt, do we want to set it at 420 to say?
Sounds good.
Okay. If we don't hit 420 in the next how many minutes?
5.
5. Do the 5.
5.
Do we want to say 5 minutes?
Okay.
All right.
Save the
we
smoke
got
club.
we got 5
Save the
minutes.
girls, save the smoke club, too.
If we don't get 420 in the next 5 minutes, then Tom and Becky are going to pull through and they are going to defeat Ted and Higgins. If you want Ted and Higgins, the two evil people in Hatchetfield, to win, then go get in there. It's now less than $1,000 to secure the victory.
Are they? And legitimately, in real life, if we get to 425, we're putting Working Boys on YouTube.
The fight for Working Boys continues.
Yes.
Like
No matter what, Working Boys prevails.
Well,
And
guys,
are they evil or are they just so damaged?
Come on.
Can I just say, in this scenario, I think Becky would just turn herself in if people knew about her. I don't know that she'd fight. I don't know. I can't speak.
There it
I'm
is.
not the-
Also,
I'm
we have
not
Lauren
the-
Lopez.
Oh,
We got Lauren Lopez joining us. Hello,
We made it.
Lauren.
Oh, they.
Hi, Lauren. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, girls.
Hello. All right. So we just hit the goal of $420,000. So
Ooh.
that means that the audience / Lords in Black have spoken, and Ted and Higgins have now overcome Tom and Becky in
Whoa.
the death match.
Wow.
Ted
Wow.
and Higgins. Matt, how did Ted and Higgins pull this one off?
Yes.
Oh, I did you have anything in mind? I didn't.
I think what happens is Tom and Becky, they're so skilled. Tom is he's an ex-soldier. Becky knows all the places to hit in terms of the veins and things like that. But Wilbur Cross says, "Sorry, Tom and Becky, the Lords in Black, they already picked who's going to win this." He throws onto the stage a black blade, and Higgins and Ted pick it up, and together they slash Tom and Becky's throats, and Tom and Becky are destroyed.
Oh, okay. And evil wins.
And evil
And so
prevails.
Ted and Higgins, Ted and Wilbur Cross claps and says, "Congratulations, Ted and Higgins. You are the deadliest duo in Hatchetfield." And he says, "Here's your prize." And he waves his finger, or he waves his hand, and a glowing golden green or a green crown appears. The beautiful crown that you look at it and you have to possess it. And the crown speaks to Ted and Higgins, and it whispers into their ear and says, "Why? There's only one crown. Only one person can wear it." And it whispers in Teddy's ear and says, "Why should Higgins get to wear the crown? You did all the work."
Oh my!
And the crown says the same thing to Higgins. And so there can only be one.
There can only be one. A bonus round. Who wins, Ted or Higgins?
To be the champion of Death-Match 2.
I have no fucking shame in being like, just give me this, okay? Just give me this.
Give it to Ted.
Look at this. I cut my hair.
Okay. What is?
All right.
It's Ted or
All right.
Higgins.
All right, here's the thing. All right, we've got about 11 minutes left on the stream. We still actually have another scene to read, so let's only give it a few minutes. Can Ted defeat Higgins? Can Ted defeat Higgins? This is going to require the help of the Lords in Black. Let's say...
No, but the chat's all voting for Ted.
What will be
chat's all
amazing? What will be amazing is that if this happens, if Ted wins the deathmatch, it will be the only Hatchetfield anything in which Ted has appeared and not died.
Okay, here's the thing. The chat is already voting for Ted. So, if you want... so Higgins... No, wait. They're voting for Ted?
Wait, can I say something? Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
Since they seem overwhelming on Ted, and we still have to read this scene.
Yes.
Why don't we do the duration of the scene for them to get to 425?
Yeah.
And Ted
Okay.
will win.
All right. If they get to yes, if you get to 425 by the end
Also,
of the stream,
Higgins would gladly die if it means the release of work.
right?
That's
okay.
true.
So if we get to 425 by the end of the scene, then
Everyone
Ted is going to win. If we don't, then Higgins is going to win. But also, if we get to 425, then we're releasing Working Boys. So
Yeah,
we've got
Higgins
about
wins either way.
So we've got about
give this to
10 minutes to reach that obsidian goal. Okay, so and in the meantime, let's read our final scene. Okay, our final scene from Miss Halloween. All right, so here we go. I'm just going to share the screen. So Matt, do you want to set up this final scene?
Okay, so as we saw in the previous scene, Miss Holloway and Duke had a falling out. Over the next few scenes, Miss Holloway's seen the downsides of her immortal life. She tries to reconnect with a girl that she saved in the past when she was a little girl, maybe 10 years ago. The girl should be in college now. Miss Holloway tries to reconnect with her. Turns out that she died in the years since they met, like since 10 years ago, since she saved her. Miss Holloway is feeling very sad, and she's
feeling like her whole battle against evil is futile, and she's really going, why am I doing this? There's no point. Everybody's just going to die anyway. And I have the raw deal, and I don't get a real life. You know what? This sucks. I want to do something about this.
So to try to get out of her immortal life and live a normal life, she has an idea to try and renegotiate the deal that she negotiated all those years ago, and that is where this scene starts.
All right. So this scene, I think, features a lot of people. So let's get going. All right, here we go. Is everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Miss Halloween, preview scene 3. Crash. Lightning tears through the night sky. The black book slams onto the counter of Miss Retro's throwback diner. Miss Holloway flips through its yellowed pages, past forbidden lore and vile incantations, to a spell altogether darker than anything she had dared to attempt. Above an image of nameless horrors devouring human bodies are the words, "The Feast of Flesh." Miss Holloway grins. Ba-doom! Thunder shakes the diner. Miss Holloway slips off a sock. She wiggles her toes, then places a foot on a flat wooden board.
Okay. Piece of cake.
Timorously, she raises a meat cleaver, steadying it above her foot.
This is not so bad. I can do this. 1, 2. Just do it. 3.
She brings the meat cleaver down and lets out a blood-curdling scream. Later, Miss Holloway hobbles around the kitchen, both of her feet wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. On a plate are 10 severed toes. One by one, Miss Holloway dips them in melted chocolate, then carefully wraps them in colorful foil paper. She drops the gruesome treats into a dish and groans. The bowl is far from full. She unwraps her bloody bandage. She wiggles 10 new toes covered in fresh pink skin. They have already grown back. Her strange powers ensure that they will always grow back. She again places her foot on the cutting board. She again raises the cleaver. She rolls her eyes, grumbling.
I hate this.
Later, Miss Holloway drops the last batch of chocolate-covered toes into a now full dish. She smiles, lights 5 black candles, places them inside of 5 jack-o'-lanterns, and waits.
Waits for what?
She waits as the storm outside slowly dies, until the shadows around her grow darker than black. She waits until the clock on the wall strikes 13. Only then does she know that the hour is at last at hand. All at once, Miss Retro's is awash in color. Dozens of vintage TV screens flicker to life, each one playing some trashy horror movie. The arcade machines play themselves, with pixelated combatants ripping out each other's hearts. Music flows from Miss Holloway's jukebox. It's a song by an old pop star the whole world's forgotten, and she thinks of Roger and the tour and the 3 girls she couldn't save. Shining through the diner's windows are a dazzling array of kaleidoscopic lights. Silhouetted in the entryway are 5 figures. There's a soft musical knocking at the door, tapping out the unmistakable tune of "Shave and a Haircut, 2 bits." Miss Holloway picks up her dish of homemade candy and pads across the black and white tile. She swallows hard and throws open the door. Waiting on the doorstep are 5 trick-or-treaters. They are child things dressed in brightly colored onesies. Their faces are hidden behind plastic masks, but not just any masks. Miss Holloway knows them. One is stone-like with cracks dripping blue goo. One an unblinking yellow eye. Another a deranged goat. Another an ever-hungry mouth. And the last a face writhing with green tentacles. These ageless terrors take many forms. Tonight, these are the costumes they choose. The lords in black hold out plastic Halloween buckets, chanting,
Trick or treat, something, give us something good to eat.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Miss Holloway.
My. Look at those costumes. These must be the scariest masks in the whole town.
Wiggly's eyes narrow as he smiles knowingly.
Oh, is that what you think?
Who wants candy?
Miss Holloway holds out the dish of chocolate-covered toes. The child things push and shove, clamoring for a taste.
All right, everybody, one.
The lords in black each take a piece, tearing off the wrapping and popping them into their mouths filled with black tongues and rotten teeth. They chomp, cracking bones and spraying blood. Pokey licks his fingers clean and demands,
Ew.
more.
Now, boys, if you eat too much candy, you'll be up all night.
Nibley stomps his feet petulantly.
Give it to me, bitch.
Okay, but only because you asked so nicely.
She hands over the dish and they tear into the treats like wild animals. In 10 seconds flat, they have greedily devoured every scrap of flesh. They finish their snack like messy toddlers, absolutely drenching themselves in blood, chocolate, and slobber. They belch loudly. Miss Holloway masterfully hides her disgust, beaming down at them as if they were just the cutest little darlings in the whole wide world.
All right. Happy Halloween.
Miss Holloway starts to close the door when Blinky stops her. He gazes into the diner filled with arcade machines and old TVs.
Lauren, you're muted, baby.
You're muted.
But I saw the performance.
Oh my God, it was there. Okay, wait, I'm locked in. Let me go. Wait, what's in there?
Oh, nothing. Just super fun games and toys.
Turks, you're
Sorry,
lying.
we just hit the number.
Whoa.
Tinky's ears perk up, and the five evil boys barge their way inside. Pokey rummages through Miss Holloway's record collection. He absentmindedly tosses the records over his shoulder, shattering them on the floor. Tinky crashes two toy spaceships into each other. Blinky plops in front of a huge TV screen, while Nibbly lays beneath the soft serve machine, pouring ice cream into his mouth. As Miss Holloway grins, she turns to see Wiggly, seated alone at a booth, staring intently at her.
What's wrong? You don't want to play too?
Oh, I always want to play. The question is, what's the game, Miss Holloway?
What do you mean? Can't I just have a fun night with my 5 cute boys?
Tinky turns to Pokey, grinning maniacally.
She called me cute. It's been years. You don't call. You don't write. Christmas card. Now all this. I think you're trying to butter us up.
Across the diner, Nibbly holds a stick of butter in each hand.
Butter, yum yum.
He shoves the sticks into his mouth as Wiggly glares at Miss Holloway.
I think you want something.
Suddenly, the karaoke machine blares to life and Pokey starts singing along to some old 80s tune.
I'm gonna do it for somebody. Will you four shut the fuck up?
Wiggly slams his fists on the table. In an instant, his brother's play has ceased. They now sit crowded around him, on their very best behavior. Miss Holloway slides into the opposite side of the booth.
All right, boys, let's cut to the chase. A while ago, we made a deal. Now, I would argue I made the deal under duress. And the more I think about it, the less fair it seems.
Fair? We never claimed to be fair.
Fair's boring. We're
So don't get your panties in a twist because it didn't even read the fine print.
What if I offer you a better deal? You keep what I gave you and get back everything I took. I'm talking the powers, the book. How many years do I have left on the clock?
Tinky suddenly holds a calculator in each hand while he works an abacus with his feet. He calculates with demonic speed.
carry the 1 divided by the square root of pumpkin pie. About 6,582.
Miss Holloway grins. She sees the hunger in their eyes.
That's a lot of human life to chew on. Sounds very tasty.
Yum, yum.
Careful. Let's not think with our tummies now, boy. Other mortals would claw their eyes out to get what she has, but Miss Holloway squanders her gifts. She doesn't use them to help herself, just children. She doesn't even like our book. After we worked so hard on all those pretty pictures, I think she's trying to give us something she doesn't want. That's not a deal. That's a fucking favor. She's trying to trick us into being
Hello, everyone. The stage is available for your use if you'd like to use the stage to warm up. It's available.
Broadway's Will Branner, everyone. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
That genuinely scared me. I thought that was like a Lord in Black in here.
I don't know, Rat.
Wait,
No.
Blinky.
Oh, Blinky.
Oh shit. That's a bad word.
So, How about this counter offer? Go fuck yourself.
Miss Holloway's heart sinks as they cackle until Wiggly lifts a finger.
Would be my normal response. But Miss Holloway is no normal lady. Is she?
She's one heck of a gal.
In my pocket. We've been watching you for such a long time. And when we saw you at the graveyard, crying over that dead bitch, it touched our heart.
Tears begin welling up in Blinky's bulbous eye. Tinky chokes back a sob, blowing his nose noisily.
I know you want, Miss Holloway. A regular life. The picket fence, 2 kids and a mortgage. And I'll give it to you. But
There's always a but.
the next time the shit hits the fan and some ghost or ghoulies on the loose, you'll be powerless to help. If you can live with that, knowing that you could have done something but chose not to, then shake my hand and we'll call it a deal.
Wiggly spits a wad of black phlegm into his hand and offers it to Miss Holloway. She stares at it.
I never wanted this. The power, any of it. But I took it and I've helped people. I did. But even with powers, I can't be everywhere. Save everyone. I've done more than my fair share of good. Time to save myself.
She reaches out her hand. Wiggly's eyes widen. Their fingertips touch. Then she pulls away.
And one more thing. I want my name back.
Now.
Wiggly pulls his hand back, but Miss Holloway is quick to clarify.
Not the one you want. My real name. You can keep the rest. Just give me my name.
Miss Holloway now spits into the palm of her own hand and reaches it across the table. Wiggly cocks his head, considering.
Come on. Be a pallywell.
You drive a hard bargain, Miss Holloway. But what the hell?
Wiggly's hand shoots across the table and grabs hold of Miss Holloway's. The lords in black roar with laughter. And as they laugh, their masks slip away. Miss Holloway thinks she sees what lies beyond their many guises. These things that could swallow black holes. Beings that floss their fangs with the strings of dimensional space. The nuclear fire burning at the center of the universe was no more miraculous than their flatulence. She feels the tentacles engulf her. She feels each life that was stolen ripped from her. She sees the black book fall from her fingers, splashing into a sea of blood. She sees an old woman staring back at her from her own reflection. She feels magic unwind itself from the helix of her DNA, and the thing she has become is now unmade. To be continued. All right, there you go.
What's the what are we on the budget?
We did it.
We did it. We did it. We
Ted
did it.
wins. Ted won. Ted.
All right.
Ted
Working boys win.
All right. So
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Reached our obsidian budget of $425,000, which is incredible. And by doing that, you have unlocked Workin' Boys on YouTube. So we will go and release that on YouTube. We'll make it public. It's unlisted right now, but we'll make it public so that everyone can see it. And then, yeah, thank you so much. And Ted has won the death match too. This is the only reality in which Ted has survived.
Look at this face. Look at this face.
It's, I think it's pretty appropriate.
The real
This
reason
week I
Bill
cut
got a
my
haircut.
hair.
Yeah,
It finally came back.
You come full
And,
circle. We just come back.
man,
do you think we should pair up the winner of the first bracket with the winner of the second one?
Tune in.
Sander right.
Well, you know what? In Deathmatch 3, we'll see Ted versus Xander Lee.
Yes.
The battle of the champions, and Ted will die immediately.
He'll go, okay, motherfucker, and then just get out of his next match.
Honestly,
Wow, what a,
wow. That's really nice.
There you go.
That feels good.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you so much for contributing to the Cinderella's Castle Kickstarter campaign. Remember, that's the whole reason that we did this whole thing. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody at the party house. Thank you for being here. I know we went a little over, so thank you for your patience. Matt, thank you. Lauren, thank you for being here. Joey, thank you for being here. Kim, thank you for being here.
Congratulations.
The winner of the thing gets it. I was told there was a check. I was told there was a cash prize.
So thank you all so much. Thanks for tuning in. We have one more stream in our Cinderella's Castle Kickstarter campaign, which is our 12-hour live stream finale next weekend. John, do we want to talk a little bit about what we've got planned for that stream?
Yeah, absolutely. The whole itinerary is still sort of being worked out, but a portion of the stream we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons on stream, and it's going to be run by a really great we got a really great DM, George Primavera, to come in, and he built a campaign for that portion of the stream, and everyone has characters that they've built with George's help, and yeah, if you love D&D and you want to play with us and be a part of that, it's going to be really, really fun. We'll all be doing it here, and it'll look cool and it'll sound fun, sound good, and yeah, it's gonna be awesome. More information on what part of the stream it'll be, but it'll be next Saturday.
All right, and so you've got one more week to go and back the campaign. If you haven't backed it before, it's a great time to get on there. We've now crossed our Obsidian budget level, and next is the Mithril budget, which is at $450,000. So we're going to be pushing towards that, and thank you all so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for coming and visiting Hatchetfield for a little bit.
And I think this is a perfect time to just say thank you. Should I?
You can run, but are you fast enough?